Hello, everyone. I apologise. I've just spent the last few minutes trying to get rid of an advertisement on Discord. Because that's what I was trying to get rid of before going live. Because I knew Discord was going to be up in the corner. And I didn't want there to be an advert for the entire thing for a computer game. Which I'm not sure I haven't had a chance to play yet or download. So I have no idea if it's any good. So I don't want you guys getting an advertisement for a game which it doesn't exist. Then why the frigate did it take me so long to get it to actually go away? Because it kept popping back. I kept saying go away and it kept coming back. It's come back 6 times. Why I had to get the haunted variant of it, I don't know. Hello, yes. Hello, Poodle. Right, let's update the PTZ for that. Oh, caramba. So I spent the last few minutes fighting with a system. That's been fun. Hello, Dragon. How are you doing? We always hope to have Foxo present because she does raise the quality of the debate and discussion. She is. And, yeah. I have one person who's incredibly knowledgeable next to me on certain topics, usually involving biscuits. But he seems to get incredibly forgetful and lacking knowledge when it comes to his having had them. No. The queue is not open yet. I am still starting up the bot, because I've spent so long arguing with Discord over a game which apparently is fake. Can anyone here have Dragon on Twitch? Okay, has Discord and OBS decided to have another of their classic fights? Oh. It's supposed to go to default, right? And default is set as my headphones. And yet, it likes to presume my headphones are not the default and go to everything else.
Ah, yeah. Also, from checking on YouTube, it also not been there.
No. Don't worry. It was okay. Discord and OBS like to have an argument over whether these headphones exist. I'm wearing them on my head, so I know they do exist. But according to Discord and OBS, they selectively at times each of them likes to dispute their existence. Questions will open shortly. I just need to get everything set up and running. Also, this is one where I should say, technically I should say questions are closed and submissions are closed for the patron vote. But actually, if I'm being honest, you've got 10 minutes. So if you've got suggestions you want put in for June and July, go put them in now. If you've got suggestions you want put in the patron vote for June and July, if they're in the next 10 minutes, i.e. before I close down and press the button on launching the vote, I have got enough people who have got multiples in there. I will delete their some of their multiples and put in new questions, because some people have got 3 or 4 submissions in there currently, and whilst I don't mind that and they put in a lot of effort, I do realise there are some people who might want to sneak their 1 or 2 in which case, because I'll reduce down the number. Okay, so if you want to put the patron questions in for June and July, that is currently still live taking in questions, but it's only going to be live for about 10 minutes taking those questions in, because after that I'm going to finish with I'm going to have the thing finished, and I'm just going to press launch at 8:30. And so that's why we haven't yet really started questions on the Bruships yet, so that we can, people have a chance to go and do that without missing anything. Sort of
in the
chatting
distant
away.
past, Patreon used to allow you to see all of your comment history.
Yes.
And they don't allow you to do that anymore.
No. And I'm just checking everything is working. For some reason, the streambot is having fun connecting with OBS. No idea why. Going to have an argument with that one. Why is Bruships not connecting? Ay, caramba. No. Don't worry. Yeah. Ay, caramba.
I blame Jeff Bezos.
Also, massive blood has happened in modern discussions on your Discord server. No, I haven't checked that today. Is there a big war going on in my Discord server I didn't know about today?
It was handled-ish, sort of, mostly. People are being interesting and staying just to the side of the line where I can't ban them without just being unilateral about it.
Oh, that's a fun time for you, I know.
It's like, my own server, yeah, I'd probably just ban you at this point, but unfortunately we have rules.
You have that very cool ban hammer you keep wanting to bring out and use.
No, that's Melanie. Melanie has the hammer.
Yes.
I just bring down the rods from the gods and you're toast. But unfortunately, being a meathead is not a bannable offense.
No.
If it is, we'd probably have to wind up banning about half the mod team, including myself.
It wouldn't be that bad. Probably. It will certainly be interesting.
And Montana, if you think that was a massive blowout, you haven't been around long enough.
No. I'm just quickly flicking through it on another Discord thing, and yeah, that's not a massive blow up by my. The thing is about running a server where the rule is you can debate the topic, pretty much any topic, as long as you're respectful and you're not going around lines of you are actually debating it in a respectful manner, i.e. you are actually listening to what the other side's saying. If you just spend your time going, no, this, so don't change your argument or add anything new to your argument, you just keep spamming the same thing, even though the other side is responding, then we do just consider you a bit of a twit, and tell you to go off and join a Twitterati, usually.
Mark Harkness, I'm pretty certain we do have a channel for that. I'll dig it up once I put this chip full of queso in my mouth. And Montana, if you want to put together a thread of evidence, I'm not going to turn it down.
Evidence is always useful.
Corley 1901 was going full swearing. If they were full on swearing and insulting, as you know, that is one of the rules of you've lost the argument. If the moment you're having to resort to personally insulting people, that is another rule of the server. The moment you have to resort to personally insulting them for your argument, you've lost the argument. Go away. That's basically it. Personal insults, no. It's just that's the rule. Those are the rules.
So, but it was.
So just
12:30 my time.
And they will
It was dark 30 my time when this ticket came in, and I scrolled through it and didn't see anything. I saw much annoying, but little particularly egregious. So.
Yeah, that was my judgment reading through it. There again, I have been told. You see, the thing is, I always have to deal with the fact that on my spectrum of people I have to deal with in a week, there's usually at least one person who will turn up and tell me that no, they are smarter than everyone, and they are right. In terms of, they will say things like, "Oh, it's the reason the Royal Navy is so short of escorts is because of the aircraft carriers," and you sit there and go, "No, that was about 0.9% of the UK defence budget over the period they were being constructed, and actually, it's only thanks to the investment of the carriers that we actually have some working dry docks at the moment, because otherwise the dry dock refits would have been delayed even longer." So we'd be even in a worse situation with our escorts now if we didn't have those dry docks. So, yeah. Because someone cleverly snuck in dry dock upgrades for the dry docks for escorts into the carrier project. Thank you, Brandon. 45 months as a member. Hello. What do you want? Right. Let's see. Is the bot now all happy and working? No, the bot's still refusing to connect to OBS.
I blame Jeff Bezos.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to check that, this is going to sound terrible, but occasionally OBS decides to, what can I say?
Change its API webhook?
Change its own website, change its own password.
Yes.
And despite the fact it's supposed to be turned off, it manages to then go, because it hasn't got it, it's not going to connect now.
Always be afraid of the staph infection.
Well, yeah, it looks like the OBS is not going to be working, so it's going to have to be manual controls again. We'll figure it out when I'm back from my next trip. Because otherwise we'll be waiting for waiting for the bot all evening. So I'm just going to do bot on. Doggo is whining. Yes, before people think Doggo is whining for a good reason, a legitimate reason, Doggo is currently whining because he's trying to get to the fluffy torpedo.
That is a legitimate reason.
It's not a legitimate reason. It's not his toy.
I'm slightly concerned that you would think that A, that wouldn't be a legitimate reason, and B, that you assume any plush toys in the house are not automatically his toys.
They're not. We've been over this. Yes. Hello, gorgeous. Yes, you're a boofoo poodle. You are definitely a boofoo poodle. Hello. Right, so while we get the questions in, shall I put you in the garden again? As if we weren't late enough beginning as it was. But, how is everyone? How is everyone doing today? Hello on Twitch. Hello on YouTube. Hello everyone who's wandering around. I do have the chats working. I am trying to monitor everything that's going on. But also, as said, and I do say this literally, the June-July post is ready to go, but as I said, you've got 10 minutes before I have to lock it down. So you've got 10 minutes until I have to lock it down and go, I can't take any more submissions. I go with what's all there for June-July Patreon suggestions. So if you had any suggestions you wanted to put in for June and July Patreon, you have 10 minutes to stick them in now. Literally. That's all you have. And with that saying that, there have been a whole load from Wayne Boring coming. And then I will go. Okay, there's still spaces if people want to put them in. There are still people who've got like 3 or 4 submissions in there. There's one person who ended up with 6 because they've done 6 good submissions, but you know. Right, go on, Poodle. Garden. Poodle going garden.
The poodle has been exiled.
There we go.
Yeah, won some contracts, Dragon.
Some? I think every nation purchased at least something from you.
Oh, I thought the Malmutes.
Malmutes in particular is they want your Malmutes.
Ah, the heavy cruiser ones.
The big ones.
Wouldn't ask as well.
For the record, in case people are wondering, that this is a design contest that was being done elsewhere.
I have brought
Ah, the jelly bin.
the important things.
I entirely forgot one nation, but the results have not changed much.
According to Raleigh, this is the important stuff.
I am concerned that you would think that that wasn't the important stuff.
Good boy. And answer to his question, no, I do not worry about my dog getting fat. He doesn't sit long enough to get fat, still long enough to get fat. So how are we doing question-wise with the questions coming in? They're good ones?
Couple of interesting ones. Couple that maybe should have waited for a sci-fi Bruships, but hey, we're getting them now.
Have we got to the 30 yet?
I don't know. Haven't looked at that one.
Is Steve pulling at his hair because I haven't deactivated the screen and we've got to 30 because I wasn't here? 22 so far. Okay. I was so hoping it was going to get to like 40 in and Steve was going to go, no! Turn the button off! Knight, how is it every single week I can guarantee I will see your name in front of, hi, we've implemented a 90-second cooldown to help everyone get their questions in. You'll be able to send another message in 30 seconds. Every week I see this, Knight. I know you come prepared, but that's taken it to an interesting far. And also, I do have to warn you, next Sunday's video, I will probably be recording that on the road. Because so far I haven't managed to get a decent video version of it recorded. So, expect to see some sort of Travelodge room in it, or maybe I'll record it in a spare classroom if I've got a spare classroom.
Oh yeah, speaking of traveling, I've got to corner you in a dark alley and get.
You will know as soon as I've got the details through.
No, that's the other thing that I was going to do out of the public eye so I can harass you.
Yeah.
This is the one I will harass you about in the public eye, and that is the places to go in Sydney, Canberra, and Melbourne.
Okay, well, in Melbourne there's a great Navy Museum. There is just a great Navy Museum. Just look up the Navy Museum there. In Sydney, there's HMAS Vampire. If you are staying in a decent hotel, you will be able to see HMAS Vampire. If your hotel does not have a view of HMAS Vampire, it's not a decent hotel. That's my view for Sydney Hotel.
Well,
others go, does it have a view of the bridge? Does it see the Opera House? I go, does it see Vampire? If it doesn't see Vampire, it's not a decent hotel. But no,
Well,
there is just
got-
tons of stuff to do down there. I really liked when we went around. The Vampire was opposite where Vampire was on her quay, and all the Navy Museum, all the Maritime Museum was there. I walked along I walked along from there on the quay opposite, all the way round the bay towards the past the Opera House towards the bridge, and I found a wonderful art festival, all sorts of things going on there. And it was, how do I put it? I'm not really one for the really esoteric art. I'm sorry, it just doesn't speak to my soul. It doesn't. It's perfectly interesting for the people who enjoy it, but it's never spoken to me. I'm the one who likes sort of art which is paintings of people and places, especially places. And it was really, really interesting even for me, because there was lots of variety of the art. There was some which was there was a massive Aries rock sort of spray paint graffiti sort of style painting, street art painting, which was just gorgeous. It made the concrete come alive. Yeah, it was good. And there was all sorts of stuff doing around. There was also, I have to admit, there was a really nice bikers bar, just opposite on the same side of the little sort of bay as the Navy Museum, where they did an absolutely wonderful burger. You'll be able to find it quite easily. It's the bar which has about 100 odd motorcycles outside the front of it.
Well, anyway, I have.
And as for Canberra, well, I have to apologise now if you're going to Canberra. The War Memorial is wonderful. A few of the other places are quite interesting. Me and Gareth really liked the dinosaur museum they have there. It was really kind of cool in a very kitsch way, but very cool. Canberra itself, you won't understand this reference, but if I say Milton Keynes in comparison is full of character, will the British people in the chat please understand what I just said?
They didn't, but go on.
Okay, so Milton Keynes, it's built post-World War II, concrete architecture, new towns, blandest as bland design and architecture ever known to mankind.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Well, compared to Canberra, it is positively full of interesting things and design. In Canberra, you have the wonderful architecture of the Imperial War Museum, and you have the various things used for the Senate and the Parliament, and then you have the rest of Canberra. And it's as if someone decided, we're going to make these properties stick out by making everything else as bland and as boring as possible.
So it's a Leviton.
Yeah, potentially.
And for those who don't know what a Leviton is,
you're lucky.
You're
Enjoy.
not missing much. Hey, Montana.
It's a kill it with fire character. Is Canberra that bad? Yeah, Canberra is... Look, the people in Canberra are lovely. The food was pretty nice. But at one point... me and let's sort of say, at one point, Gareth honestly got lost because he couldn't actually see a discernible landmark around us. We were walking through the properties, and we were going.
Okay, but that's Gareth, and he has an annoying tendency of getting lost.
Gareth doesn't get lost. Gareth has an annoying habit has a wonderful habit of finding interesting gambling dens in the back alleys. He does not get geographically lost. He gets not physical geography lost. He gets human geography lost. Gareth always knows where he is geographically. He just can't always leave that place geographically.
Well, regardless, I'm going to ACT to see a acquaintance/friend. So
Your friend has my commiserations. May they find a nice job somewhere in a city which has character. There are many in Australia, just not the one that currently reside.
excuse me. I am entering via Sydney and leaving via Melbourne.
Please tell me you're not getting the train to Canberra.
No, I am renting a vehicle and driving said vehicle.
That is sensible, because flying to Canberra, you will find yourself on the smallest, most rickety aircraft that Australia has in its currently operating in its domestic fleet. I swear. The nicest way. I swear that aircraft is the reason I still sometimes have trouble on aircraft when they are landing with my ears, because the first time I ever had it was on that thing. It was that bad. No.
Wait, so how bad is the rail there then?
Well, no, the railway's actually quite good. It's the station. You think Canberra, it's a capital city, right?
Yeah.
The station looks like a pound shop bus stop.
So that's better than like 30% of British stations.
No, I'm saying that they spend £1 on a bus stop from pound shop.
Yeah, that's still better than like a third of British rail stations I've seen.
By what measure?
Some of those stations I have seen is platform and sign, and what used to be seating.
That would still look prettier than this.
Yeah, but that's normally a rural railway track.
Yeah,
That's the capital of Australia.
That's a station for a small village in the middle of nowhere. Is not
can't
a
say
station.
that. I'd probably get in trouble for saying.
That's not a station for a capital city, which is supposedly has got trains theoretically arriving in it every 10 minutes from various parts of Australia.
Basically, train discourse aside, basically my intent/logic was that I could either spend a bunch of money on intercity airfare and intercity rail, and then still have to get a bus, a taxi, an Uber, whatever, to go from transport hub to destination, or I could just, as you Brits say, hire a car and
to be
avoid
fair,
that additional
What
cost.
do you mean, as you Brits say?
Most of the world hires
do not-
cars.
But America rents a car. You rent a car. You do not hire a car. You rent a car.
That's two words which mean to say basically the same thing. Okay.
It does. You're just wrong.
I can also point out that, honestly, in Sydney, you won't want your car. In a nice way, if you consider... I don't think America has a city which actively persecutes cars to the level of London. But Sydney actually takes the persecution a little bit further. Sydney, you can walk around quite easily. Sydney, it thinks it is a big city, but honestly, because of the tram running everywhere, because of systems they have, you can walk around it really, really easily. So don't worry about that.
I'll burn that bridge when I come to it.
Just leave the car in the car park and be happy with it. But pretty much everywhere else will be fine. Which cities are you going to again? Melbourne.
Sydney, Canberra, Melbourne, in that order.
Yeah.
Unless you want to get very pedantic, because my flight from the U.S. actually goes to Melbourne before jumping over to Sydney.
Yeah, and you're getting a one-way rental of car?
Yes.
That's going to be extortionate.
Well, I'll burn that bridge when I come to it. The problem is I don't feel like taking 2 days to drive back to Sydney from Melbourne.
Or why didn't you just get the ticket to Melbourne in the first place and have 2 days driving from Melbourne to Sydney?
It's the same difference.
Yeah, but one's at the beginning.
I still have to get to Sydney one way or the other.
Okay. Alright. We'll stop winding her up. Alright. So, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What in 1895, Imperial Russia suddenly gained a set of railway, 4 sets of tracks wide, uniform gauge, running from St. Petersburg through Moscow to Vladivostok, following the Trans-Siberian Railway from modern times. Realistically, we need Fleet here for this one because he would be absolutely ecstatic at this idea of Russia gaining this in 1895.
I don't think he would be.
In simple terms, you have just made Russian logistics a lot easier. There is a lovely. Do you see? There is a lovely train actually between Melbourne and Sydney. It's a really nice train.
I'm actually going to say you might have made Russian logistics semi more complicated.
Well,
because
it's not going to help.
A four-track.
It's
a
not gonna...
four-track set's actually a problem here.
Why?
You don't want 4 tracks.
Why not?
It's too wide.
I was thinking
most rails are dual tracked, right? 1 up, 1 down.
Yes,
2 up, 2 down.
Usually you use 4-track where you're going to have local trains which stop on the outer line and you're going to have an express service. So basically, if you wanted to run expresses from Moscow to Vladivostok, you'd run them on the inner line and they'd rapidly go from end to end, and then you have the stopping trains on the outer tracks.
You can have that, but that's what a passing loop's for.
Yeah, but this way you don't have to have it. You don't have to slow down. Or alternatively, you can use 2 lines for passenger traffic, and 2 lines for freight.
But are you actually having? In 1895, I don't think Russia for this has the capacity for that.
If Russia has built these 4 railway lines, I'm presuming they have the train capacity for it. Because if you don't, why have you built the lines? I do realise there are some idiots out there who would build lines first and then expect to get the capacity, but
this isn't they build. This is they just get it. It's not they build it.
It says suddenly gained a set, so I'm presuming along with it a set of railway, 4 sets of tracks divided uniform gauge running from St. Petersburg, from Moscow to Vladivostok, and okay. I'm presuming they get the other stuff with it because otherwise there's no point.
I was going to say because it explicitly mentions 4 sets of track in a uniform gauge. A railway does not include rolling stock.
Yep.
Which I'm pretty sure Fleet would agree with me here because you're right. You're very much right there. Unless they do get the rolling stock,
there's no point.
But...
So I am presuming, for the sake of this question, they get the rolling stock with it.
I still don't think they're going to need it because you'll probably see that rolling stock used elsewhere.
Oh,
because.
Well, it says it's a set of tracks of wide uniform gauge. It doesn't say it fits the gauge anywhere else in Russia, though, does it?
Well, if it doesn't fit the gauge anywhere else in Russia, it's almost useless.
Well, no, it's useful for this line. It runs the whole length of the country.
You probably see them re-gauging the locomotives then, because you can theoretically re-gauge locomotives. It's not recommended, but it can be done.
Yeah.
So... it is a large boost in capacity, but also now the maintenance required for this is going to be huge.
I would say also you're going to have to deal with the fact that Russia has now gone from being an annoying pest as far as Britain's concerned to being an actual threat as far as Britain's concerned, with that kind of infrastructure boost.
And you've also got the fact that most of Siberia's population is concentrated on the Pacific coast.
Yes.
And the Trans-Siberian was only double-tracked, was a maintenance nightmare in the central Siberia. You've now made it worse.
Yes.
You've now quite literally doubled its thing. And
although... What you can do is while you're maintaining one line, you can use the other 3 to run the trains through.
Technically speaking, also some sections do have 3 sets of tracks, but this is not going to be fun.
No, calm guys, look, we are not adding that in. That also Imperial Russia then attracts a large part of the population which in real life emigrated to the USA. No. Unfortunately, Imperial Russia is never going to be the same attractive thing for people to emigrate to as the USA is. Mostly because a large part of the Eastern Europeans, etc., who emigrate to the United States, fully understand what Imperial Russia is like.
I mean, just consider the fact that most of the Polish diaspora in America at this point is fleeing the Russian Empire.
Yes.
So are the Ukrainians, because we're in a period of heavy Russification.
The Trans-Siberian wasn't even double-tracked till 1939.
No, it wasn't. Historically.
I don't think they actually have the capability to maintain this.
They, look, in a nice way, they're going to try, and that's going to create a lot of impact on them, but also they're going to want to use it for things like China, etc., which they're going to be expanding in. The trouble is, none of that railway goes anywhere near China.
Oh, and it gets even worse because the Circumbaikal Railway's not been built yet.
No.
So if it's going off this, that means they're still limited to 2 ice-breaking steam ferries. So you have 4 sets of track, which leads to a single ferry that can only carry one locomotive and its cars.
Yeah.
They're gonna need to buy more ferries.
Yeah.
Or get bigger ones.
Yeah.
This sounds like Dragon might be having a bit of a strong.
Right. Friendly reminder: Fleet's not the only train expert.
No,
I do have quite a lot of knowledge of this base, and this just hurts.
At this point, this point is the point of the question where I'm happier to have Dragon here than the Fleet, because Dragon actually has experience of being trained in terms of how to set up and run a railway.
Yeah.
And he is gradually confirming more and more all the fun things I was thinking about this. Even when I was being generous and giving them rolling stock and the train and the engines, I was thinking all this fun was coming their way. I was trying to be generous, give them more than just the tracks, but you haven't even got to the best bit yet.
Even if you give them the Circumbaikal, it was known to suffer derailments and rock falls.
Yes, but also imagine how wide you'd have to build. You'd have to build all those things to put 4 tracks through.
The tunnels, yeah, and around the mountains and a number of areas. Yeah, that was one of the first things I considered. Is this actually possible?
And have an impact on these tunnels? Think about the geology of that, what the impact that's going to have. And also remember, you've stuck a 4-track wide railway through Moscow, running from St. Petersburg through Moscow to Vladivostok.
Wait a moment. What was it? Oh no! Why are they being used?
Sorry, bets going on.
This means the locomotives are actually using are not. Oh.
A wild Dr. Clarke engineering edition of
the geotechnical engineer basically saw the question we were doing and went, "She's getting out of the building as fast as physically possible." Oh.
This will have one potential advantage if they somehow manage to maintain this all.
Yes.
When you get to the Russo-Japanese War, this will be a significant improvement.
Oh, yeah.
However, I am obligated to point out that the Russo-Japanese War will probably have the exact same leadership.
I would point out it would also be a massive improvement in World War I, because let's be honest, with this amount of resources going to Vladivostok, they could with this amount of railway lines, etc. You could use Vladivostok. If you can't export through the Baltic and the Black Sea, you could export across this line and import across this line.
And you can get all the grain out of the American Midwest too.
Because one of the problems during the Russo-Japanese War was it was mostly single track then, so you could only have, and they didn't have passing loops in most locations.
Oh yes.
So you had to wait for one train to get through a very large section before the other one could go the other way.
Yeah.
With this, they can now actually have trains going both ways, which will help. But
this is gonna be fun. This is basically one of those things of, you give me a great benefit, now watch me suffer to actually be able to use it.
Are you saying that this is a white elephant?
Yeah.
No.
I would.
No, a white elephant is implied as something which is useless. This is something which still has useful. This is more a white camel.
I thought white elephant was more, it's too useful to lose, but sort of too expensive to want to keep.
It's too symbolically important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To lose. Whereas... sorry, Fox, carry on.
A white elephant is something that drains a lot of resources, but for whatever reason you can't get rid of.
Whereas this is actually kind of useful, so hence I'm calling it a white camel. But it's still going to spit in your face every chance it gets.
How about a white camel layers?
Yeah, because a white elephant is, in Buddhism, a religious symbol. So you can't be seen to getting rid of a religious symbol.
Mm. Yeah. So that's why you used
and you also can't put it to work.
That's why you used to gift them to princes you wanted to make go poor and make them go poor. You gift them a white elephant.
Yeah, because they can't work them, and elephants, if they're not working, have a massive upkeep.
Yeah. If you really want to be cruel, you find a male white elephant to gift them. Then it's even more ruinous because it makes all the other elephants pregnant. With potentially even more white elephants. Admittedly, though, that can also turn into a problem because then that person can then gift you back multiple white elephants back to you. And you just turn into a circle of white elephant revenge. That actually happened, didn't it, between two Indian princes? I'm trying to remember what the aims were. I remember reading about it, just thinking it was called virtuous destruction. They basically just kept gifting each other white elephants until they both went bankrupt.
It happened in Vietnam. Well, nowadays Vietnam. Part of the reason the French managed to get in because they're both going dirty to the French.
Yeah, the amount of people don't realise how much colonialism happened because nations were in debt to other people.
People still haven't learned.
Yes.
Quickly to answer Raptor in connection. Do those tracks have to follow it? It does say that it follows the Trans-Siberian Rail route. So
yes.
Yes, I would say it does have to follow the identical route.
So here's the next one. What would be the impact of base bleed shells on World War II vessels like the Trouble class? And it wouldn't just be the Trouble class; it'd be a lot of other destroyers as well would get it as well, considering it's 4.7-inch shells in the Royal Navy. What would base bleed shells give them? Do you think? Hello?
Yep, we can.
Don't look at me. I don't know what base bleed shells are.
I was about to go. I'm not familiar with base bleed immediately as a term.
Oh, wait. Are those the shells that release the gas? Back them that maintain muzzle velocity to extend range?
Yep.
Probably not much, or if anything, a detriment. Because you've been taking up a significant portion of a shell that could be used for explosive filler.
Yep.
That's weird.
Oh, well. Slightly more range.
So, I initially thought they might be gyrojet-like, or rocket-assisted, but no, because the actual base bleed effect does not provide any thrust to increase it, but it manages to reduce the drag. That's odd.
Yep.
And on what gun? Sorry, where are we going? The impact of base bleed shells on a tribal class.
On all the Royal Navy Type 40, all the ones under 4.7-inch guns.
Well, from what I'm reading from, I mean, I will say it's from Wikipedia because that's the one place I can find information on it. That's you get roughly 5 to 15 kilometers extra range, depending on how it is. Which I guess could be useful on them.
In return, you lose explosive mass, and I don't think that's worth it.
Raleigh, stop that.
Okay, wow. So it could significantly extend the range. But on the other hand, say even if it is a 5 kilometer extra range on them, that is a lot, but I guess the question is, do you need that extra range on average in say, if a destroyer is using its guns? Let alone if it gets more.
Say no.
Because for instance, if you go with a higher value figure, do you need to double a tribal class destroyer's range on its guns?
No.
Because you're not. I don't think the statistical likelihood of hitting then is minute.
I mean, maybe if they're running an armor-piercing round. So when the tribals in the Mediterranean come up against the condottieri, maintaining muzzle velocity and maintain armor penetration, maybe.
I was going to say, that's isn't it? Yeah, but so then you're changing that. So they're going off a lower characteristic then of range performance. But now that it's reducing drag by potentially up to about 60% in some cases, that does mean you have a lot more penetrative power, theoretically.
Yes. Theoretically.
It's certainly an interesting idea. I don't know how well it would pan out in practice. Is all I can think.
I always do love it when, this is a completely different question, some people comment on a YouTube video and sort of go, well, okay, so let's do a quick Google search on something. And, because someone just commented, the Absent class do not have Standflex modules. Literally go to their Danish Navy page, they have 5 Standflex modules.
Doc, are you expecting basic reading comprehension and
I'm
research skills in
expecting
this
before
economy?
you comment on my YouTube channel, if you really want to comment about these things, and I have great respect for you doing so, to actually just Google it before you make a point.
But Doc, that takes research.
Yes, but you are so confidently wrong, and then when I come in and shoot you down, I sound like the bad guy every time. And I find it annoying that I have to sound like an a-hole every time when I'm going, no, you are wrong. And it's just a case of, why? Why do you, why is this necessary?
That is a question a lot of people have asked humanity and they've yet to find the answer.
Just, nice way, you have Google at your fingertips. Use it!
But that takes effort. And why use effort when I can be confidently incorrect? I had an electrician tell me the other day that the fluid in a battery was not an electrolyte.
Also, apparently, you cannot. Apparently, there is, even despite me talking about it, there is no 76mm in Standflex, and so the IFOT hoodwell positions don't have Standflex. They have 76mm guns in those positions.
We live in the age where being confidently incorrect and refusing to look stuff up is considered a virtue in some circles.
I would have said rampant, but I guess that works too.
Yeah, I'm trying to be slightly diplomatic.
just wish people would, because again, I end up looking like the bad guy, because I go and go, no, this that's incorrect, So they go, you're just stamping down on me from a position of authority. No, it's a position of research. It's not authority. Authority would be if I was saying, because I'm a doctor, I'm right, you're wrong. No, saying, a nice way, look, please go look at this website, which has nothing to do with me, where you can read on an article, or you can read on the actual government website about these ships, what equipment and weapons they actually physically frigating have, is not authority. That's me just going, here's some research. Read it. Oh yeah, there have been people arguing that the Zumuts would have replaced the Perrys. Apparently they were sub-hunters. Oh no, and please note, it's not just Americans who do this. No. There is, every single race is capable of producing people who are doing this. I know, I have a lot of them turn up on my channel. And I go, hello. I have a lot of commenters. And in fact, I'd say this one thing. The reason I always keep comments open is the vast majority of comments are really interesting and I enjoy reading them. But some of them I sit there and go, you could have literally Googled and not avoided having to write this. Now, 9681. If the British are operating 127mm quick-firing 5-inch guns by the time we reach the Type 45, what else might an adoption of Type 5-inch guns change about them? And the stupidest comment you got this week. I'm not going into the stupidest comment I got this week on grounds that I will be rude, and I don't like being rude about it. And I mean worse than just saying they needed to Google something. Because in their scenario, it was actually more a case of you need to watch the frigating video. And that apparently would have been too much for them. The Zumuts were land attack destroyers. They had some air defense capabilities. They had some various capabilities, but basically they're supposed to be land attacks, literal operations ships. I have my iron brew. That is all I'm allowing myself.
I have been told by others that iron brew plus vodka is a dangerous combination.
It is. My cousins will testify to it. They'll also say iron brew plus whiskey is a dangerous combination. It's incredibly smooth. Oh yeah, the Argentine on Twitter who had proof that the Invincible sunk. Actually, he didn't just say hit; it was sunk, but he couldn't show it to us.
What? Sorry, what?
Invincible sunk.
Did you just?
He had proof, but he couldn't show it to anyone. Honestly, on the 5-inch gun, nothing really changes apart from the British are involved in the 5-inch gun project, and potentially that's going to have they've made a decision between either going down the Italian ammo route or the American ammo route. And probably, considering the British would have made it for the Type 45, they'd have probably gone in with the Italians on the Volcano, etc., and some of that, so we could have some really interesting 5-inch guns. Some really, really scary 5-inch guns. Yeah, I'd like suggestions in the chat for how you can manage to build a fake a new Invincible class carrier, even though it is not massive, in less than a day. Apparently, that's what the British did to hide the Invincible had been lost. They built a new carrier in less than a day. So, anyone, I think the obvious thing is the British government really have invented not just mass human cloning, but have also invented, and this one, Star Trek level replicator technology.
Can we have that back, please? You know, I think the Royal Navy could really use that right about now.
So, Brandon Larson, what if the Yuuzhan Vong invaded during the Clone War, or when the Galactic Empire was at the height of its power?
Things go wrong.
Well, in the Clone Wars, it gets kind of fun. Because way to have a great plan fall to pieces in seconds. Because in nicest way, suddenly Palpatine is going to be dealing with a real war on his hands, and he's going to be having real trouble. Yeah.
It probably also...
As much as they hate droids, though, that army is going to be incredibly useful. The droid army.
It probably depends on whether this is canon Palpatine or Legends Palpatine, because they're going to have slightly different reactions. If my memory of Legends Palpatine was correct, because Legends Palpatine either knew about the Vong or at least knew there was something out there.
Yeah.
And is going to be having a massive, oh crap, this is a little bit earlier than I expected reaction. Whereas Canon Palpatine is probably going to be wondering how many times he can clone himself and cause his entire fleet to self-immolate and bury itself on a planet. And yeah.
Yep, you're entirely correct. In Legends, Palpatine did know the Yuuzhan Vong were coming. In fact, that is why he ordered a Trade Federation battle group to take down Outbound Flight, because he thought that Outbound Flight would basically cause them to attack early. Because at that point, the Yuuzhan Vong had already started attacking bits and pieces in the galaxy to probe in, and the Chiss had encountered them. And it was not going well for the Chiss. They had managed to beat off one battle group, but at extreme casualties. And
and the Chiss got let's be honest, the Chiss got pretty darn good.
Yeah.
If the Chiss are having issues, they're they sent their most mediocre officer off to help Palpatine, realistically.
Well, in Legends, they didn't send him off to help, it's more politics.
Yes. And the fact they believe he's their most mediocre officer probably makes me worried about them. I always think the Chiss have a how do I put this politely? They feel kind of like the Koreans during the War of Japan. You know,
a lot of them knew he was one of the best upcoming military leaders. He was like a once-in-a-generation leader, effectively. Which they did still have others like that, but but he also had absolutely zero political savvy. He stepped on every politician's toes. And then, especially when the other politicians then start purposely fighting to try and get rid of you, it just caused problems.
Yeah, when they're all fighting for the honor of kicking you out, that is an issue.
Well, a couple of them tried to defend him, just didn't work. Ironically, if he was able to get to a higher rank, it would have been better for him. But of course, getting to higher rank means you need to be good at politics, at least somewhat.
Yes.
But in the Clone Wars, likely the Vong win. There's not enough clones. The droids will definitely help, but the galaxy's not in a militarized enough situation to actually be able to win. Like, remember, even post-fall of the Galactic Empire, there are tens of thousands of Star Destroyers left.
Yeah.
Down from the previously... I think current canon says there's 250,000 Star Destroyers. In Legends, there was more at the height. Even the combination of the what's called New Republic, Imperial Remnant, and all sorts of fighting were being pushed back for a lot of it. So it doesn't go well. As for the Empire at the height of its power, definitely better. But the Empire probably is really wishing they got some of their super weapons online. And that they weren't being blown up by rebels.
Did the rebels carry on blowing them up when they use on Vong Invade? Considering how stupid the rebels are, yes. I should have even... Why did I even bother to ask that question?
Like,
that is because Dragon is in your walls.
Some rebel cells probably won't.
In your roofs, in your ceilings. Dragon is everywhere. There is just Dragon.
Well, Joel, I'm not sure if it's necessarily is that. They say Imperial Star Destroyer, but the problem is they also refer to Imperial Star Destroyers as an awful lot of things. I prefer to go with your thing.
Before we get to the question, any questions that are coming on it, as far as I know, judging from my sources I've chatted to, and I did check when this was first reported, and from what I've heard back from friends who are highly motivated to know the answer to this question, no, HMS Dragon has not been hit by any missile.
What?
Despite what sources in Israel apparently are claiming. A missile from Lebanon hit a Royal Navy warship. And yeah, it's fun. The world is fun at the moment. It's fun. Anyway, sorry to get distracted by that, but I suddenly started getting a load of messages coming in on YouTube, on Twitch, and I was just going, "Why is everyone DMing me?" Oh, that's actually hit in the public news. Yeah, don't worry about it. People being people.
I would ask Foxo because I know Foxo very much likes Venators about this in this question, but she doesn't know enough about the Vong.
No. Did you just claim your girlfriend didn't know enough about something?
Yes, because we both actively agree with each other. Like, yep, nope, sorry, I just don't know enough about it.
I just like to say from personal experience, I feel that was very unsafe ground, and Dragon is very lucky with Foxo here. I think the chat will agree with me on this. That's very unsafe ground. I'm judging this mainly from my own experience and my cousins. Using those words in conjunction with someone you're in a relationship with can very quickly backfire.
Dr. Clarke, are you accusing me of being insecure?
No. No, I would never accuse you of that.
Translation.
That sounds like you're accusing me of being insecure.
No.
He is, and he's just trying to cover his bases.
Nope.
No comment.
I'm just saying, Foxo, that Dragon is a very lucky dragon.
Well, right, being more serious, it's because genuinely there's things we both don't know, and one or the other might know more about. So it's actually quite fascinating when one person go, actually, these are the answers, these are the bits you don't know, this is how.
Yeah. That's good. I will say now, everyone, the vote should be live on Patreon. If people could check if the vote is live, that'd be really good for me.
Yes, Joel, there's a lot more Superstar Destroyers in Legends than there was in Canon. In Canon, there's like 12 Executors, and that's about it.
Timu, I don't think anyone who's currently on listening to me on Bruships is DMing me. And that's the trouble. I think the people who are DMing me are mostly people going, oh, I've seen this, I know you talk about this stuff, what do you think about this ship getting sunk? And it's gone from hit with missile to being sunk, to being wiped out, to being all the crew are dead. And this is the way it goes. And you sit there, I'm sure in a few hours I'll be confidently told that no, it was actually hit, and the British just secretly built a 6 Type 45.
Again, I'm sure the Royal Navy would love that capability to be able to build ships that quickly.
Yeah, the nicest way that would solve a lot of problems.
Like, even if it's just a case of, oh yes, we can instantly replace a ship we lose, I think the Royal Navy would still love that capability just to go, well, how does this work? What is the classes lost? Well, we lost this ship. It was scrapped, but we lost it. Oh, well, haha, we got another one.
Yeah. It would be a case of, we can't maintain... this ship needs a part which we don't have. Great. And you've got crew shortages. That's fine. We'll just clone everyone who's just retired. It's wonderful.
Imagine bringing a World War II crew into the modern era and giving them a modern class. Oh no, an entire ship of Jingleses. That means literally that nobody is going to be in the radio department, in the signal department. Become a signalman. I then realized why the Royal Navy had a shortage of signalmen.
Gentlemen,
because the ship had been, they don't misidentify the carrier and shoot at them.
I'll be back in a moment.
Jonathan, the way you describe Stanflex not handing across Europe almost sounds like a DM trying to balance the game. How accurate is that? Look, the thing about Stanflex is there's a lot of very, very random misconceptions and misunderstandings about Stanflex. One of the things I've had is a lot of people told me, there's been problems with its command operating systems in recent years in the Ivor Hoodvot class. And the answer to that is, yes, there have been. But also, there's the fact that the Danish government at certain points in recent years decided to stop paying for the data for it to be properly upgraded. And they just patched it. And as anyone who's involved in IT will tell you, you can only patch so much. And the more complicated the system, the less you can patch it before you need to do a complete rebuild.
Are you
and
telling
yes,
me
it's
that
expensive, but there was a reason why I kept talking about the software. And some people went, but also then you need to retrain the crew. Well, actually, there's two methodologies. You can either have personnel who are specialists in those systems who then come on with the equipment, which is one option, or you can, of course, retrain the crew to the systems, or you can keep the crew trained up to it. There's different options of how you approach it with the Soundflex modules. But again, there's someone that she turned around and said, well, that's why larger navies won't use it, because it's too complicated for them, whereas it makes sense for a small navy. And literally, I was thinking, well, a larger navy will have more depth of crew and personnel numbers to actually do this sort of thing, so actually it makes it even more efficient for them. And there's this assumption that because it's an efficient utilization for a small navy, it will be an inefficient utilization for a large navy. And if you're talking about a navy the size of the modern US Navy, you are probably correct. If you're talking about a navy up to the size the Royal Navy probably should be in the UK's case, it was probably working fine. Stanflex as a system is very good for, I would say, upper medium to small powers in terms of their strength and their force. So global powers, i.e. the upper level medium. Once you're getting into the superpower statuses, at that point you probably need something. You probably need to have your specialist ships. Because you're probably going to be able to afford to build them in enough numbers, you'll be able to have enough of the specialist ships available. Stanflex is a system which is about generating a lot of hulls which are 80% solutions to problems. Not a lot of hulls which are going to be 95, 100% solutions. Can we bring you to Copenhagen just for a public scholar government? I would love to come. Please note, I have actually told off people from the Danish government on that front, and I have made them wince. Because they thought at a conference that asking a British guy for a question at the time was going to be safe on the Stanflex issue.
No, Raptor-Rat.
They came to Rusi and they thought they were safe.
Bob did not retire 5 years ago. He was laid off 5 years ago as a cost-cutting measure. The manager that laid him off was too proud to hire him back, even as a contractor, especially once he saw Bob's freelance price. And then the AI boom happened, and Bob's manager swore blind that he could get ChatGPT to figure out Bob's code base and write code 3 times as effectively as Bob could for half the cost.
Which he couldn't, because Bob was clever enough to make sure the code was written in at least 2 languages which argue each other, which ChatGPT cannot. ChatGPT and no AI can actually make work together.
How spaghetti code is Powder Monkey? See, Powder Monkey isn't code. It's an erector set put together by a madwoman who has no idea how to code. So does that answer your question, Montana?
The better question would be, where is Powder Monkey's Team Fortress Pineapple?
I can actually tell you where that is. I have StreamerBot up right now. PowderMonkey.15.
Oh, let me go have a conversation with the patron because it's gone wrong. Give me a second.
Actually, it's not that bad. It's probably going to be PowderMonkey.14.1. Well, PowderMonkey.14, because .1 is just the AC Naval History fork of Powder Monkey.
Okay, don't worry, I'm going to delete that and reset it, because it said it's not allowing me to change the poll and allow multiple choice and set it all up properly. It's, for some reason, it's decided to stop it not be a multiple choice poll. I do apologise. I'll fix it tomorrow. So, I'll fix it tomorrow and set it up again and do it again.
Stafford, not a single one of you lazy and grateful bums has decided to cut me a check for 5,000 British pounds. So the Minecraft server hasn't even been started yet. If you want a Minecraft server put together by me, I have no idea why you would want such a thing. But if for some
because we want to because in nicest way, there's going to be a whole debate on which team sinks fleet ship first. Whether it's going to be Team Drac, Team Clarke, Team Garius the Pirate, Team Foxo, or Team Dragon. He's not sure why he's on a separate team, but he is. Which team is going to be taking out fleet ships first?
Paul, I think it was always 5,000 Great British Pounds.
At one point I think it was more, but we'll leave that to one side. USS Montana 67. Is it possible to rely entirely on radar for the Ibuki class nullifying the seaplane parts? Not really for what they want the seaplanes for, but in nicest way. This was one of the interesting conversations when we were doing that whole everyone gets small carriers as a separate category in the treaty system. The Japanese cruisers especially benefit from that. They really do. Because the Japanese cruisers, without having the aviation reconnaissance role, the Japanese can really start to build some interesting ships, and they can really lie. Because if you think about the Ibuki class, well, they were supposed to carry 3 aircraft and have 2 catapults, etc. And these things when they were being built. I don't think Ibuki ever entered service, but the fact is, she's then converted into a carrier with the ability to carry 27 aircraft. But the thing is, as a cruiser, she'd have been pretty darn useful. but she'd also been a lot quicker. If she hadn't had the aviation fuel and those things and that spacing taken up, you can do a far better design in terms of its structure and its protection. But she was supposed to have 10 8-inch guns in 5 twin turrets.
I'm obligated to point out that Montana has literally said that they can do it cheaper. So, hire Montana to do it. Stop pestering me.
Montana said they can temporarily host the realm for the Bedrock users until the official Naval History server is up. That's what they've said.
But
okay.
Who's the prey mind that the siren of cruelty is forcing people to use Bedrock?
Look, look. If it does it allow us to build something which we can float around and try and build a Minecraft equivalent of X ship, and also you have the experience potentially of myself and Drac probably teaming up and accidentally ending up fighting the Nether Dragon somehow, and going, how the frigate did we end up down here? I don't know. Let's fight it.
Plot twist. The server gets modded so that the Nether Dragon is just a photorealistic hosh.
Then we will definitely be destroying it. You need mods. Vanilla doesn't have ships. We will work on that one. Calvin Gasberg.
Bedrock can't either.
Calvin Gasberg, is a double-length stand flex possible, and what could it be used for? Double length is potentially not, but a deeper one potentially is. Now, please note, I'm not speaking out of my behind here. I am one of the first things that got me into stand flex was and really interested in it was listening to a discussion my dad had with a Danish counterpart in about. Oh, I must have been about 9 years old, so it must have been somewhere in about 1996. So, a long time ago. But they were discussing VLS adaptations for Standflex. And they worked out, if you're prepared to find a 45-ton crane rather than a 15-ton crane, you could accommodate something which had about a 5.5 meter depth. The same size and scale, but a 5.5 meter depth. Which, if you consider that that would mean that if you're talking about a Mark 41 Standflex unit, the largest of them is 7.7 meters, so you probably would have 2.3 meters sticking out the top, which is not high for a VLS system or proud for a VLS system. And so you could have had... Now, I did the maths and worked out that you could put 3 quad units or 1 8 and 1 quad unit into a standard Standflex space. So you could get 8 in there. It is slightly less efficient, theoretically, hull space-wise, until you realise, if you look at a Type 45 and various other ships, when they're sticking in Mark 41 VLS, they usually are sticking in space around them anyway. And what's the advantage of this in terms of Mark 41s? Well, in terms of reloading, if you're reloading ashore, it means you can reload 12 cells at a time. And yes, it could fit an A50 Silver, an A43 system. It could fit Silver quite easily into that same space. I was talking about strategic length. You could... you could do sort of these things. Now, the reason I remember this conversation quite so vividly is because, believe it or not, I wrote down notes and made an Excel spreadsheet about it. Because I thought Standflex was really, really cool when I heard about it. I went and did a huge amount of research. I read every Jane's book, every other book I could find, which was about it. I read a Danish technical work on it, which I managed to nick out of my dad's office, and a few other things. So it was really, really cool, as far as I was concerned. I did Excel spreadsheets and all sorts of fun things on it. Please note, I have been tested. I'm not autistic, just. I also don't have ADHD. I have no functioning short-term memory and dysgraphia, so I'm dyslexic and dysgraphic. But trust me, I realise that whilst I am not far enough down the spectrum to count with any of those labels, I am wandering around. And it doesn't hurt that... I think my IQ was measured at the time, and I scored... the system, which was measuring out of 140, I scored 139 point something. I always forget, but basically it said I was... There's a reason I was an academic scholarship to the school I was in, even with dyslexia. But the thing is, I really like to go and research things and research them in depth and really study them up. And with StanFlex, with all these systems, you could make it longer, you could have fit it in. The whole scenario is basically it's a cost payoff. It's always a thing of nothing comes in is a perfect solution. Okay? You stick in the Mark 41 VLS. Yes, it's more efficient from a deck space perspective. It is. I will agree. But the thing is, Mark 41s themselves need work. And if you want to change your VLS system, you have a trouble. You know. Kat said, why do I get a feeling you have a collection of acquired, shall we say, documents? Look, you have to remember that there's also the scenario that there are people who will honestly, this is including some friends who work for the Ministry of Defence, won't allow me anywhere near their office because they know that with my memory, whilst I have no functioning short-term memory, things I really want to remember go straight into my long-term memory. And I can then recreate them from memory. I have a semi-photographic memory. It's a fun thing sometimes. Things I want to remember will go straight into long-term memory and never be forgotten. Things I don't want to, I can't be bothered about will just disappear completely.
You are not beating the neurodivergence allegations anytime soon, Doc.
I don't try to beat them. I just go, I've never been enough in any way to get the label. This is why I find it funny when people go, oh, I don't watch his channel because I don't like his vocal tics or all those things. I sort of go, well, that's me, so I'm sorry. But don't worry, enjoy the rest of YouTube.
Plot twist. The rest of YouTube has the exact same vocal stems.
We're all human. Although, there is someone who's going out there claiming I'm AI.
What?
Apparently I'm AI.
You're AI, then I'm a cat. And cats and foxes are two very different animals.
They keep putting it on the comments and they keep tweeting at me and tweeting at it. You're an AI. Shut up, you fake. You're AI. And I'm just going, enjoy. You're the most advanced and British Iron Brew powered AI system. Oh. Anyway, Harry Gungeon, if the Panama Channel was built in the new Panamax standard, did open, how will it affect the development of battleships to the US Navy? If the Panama Canal is built to the Panamax standard, then the US Navy will probably have far better... How do I put this politely? You know how how their battleships, especially the really fast ones, the Iowas, have to have these really long bows to help them deal with water and speed, but it's basically really long and thin because it reduces the average width of the ship along length, and there's all sort of tricks with to make them see, help their length to beam ratio and various things. They won't need to have that. They can actually have decent bows for things like the North Atlantic.
I like 'em big. I like 'em chunking.
My God, who gave the Alex bot access to the video generator?
Why wouldn't you give the Alex bot access to a video generator?
Do you know what? The poll system went wrong in that it was only allowing people to vote once for one thing, not multiple choice. And I will fix that. It will go up correct tomorrow. Probably after this video, after we've done live tonight, I will sit there and quickly go through and go kunk, push it over while everyone's chatting away in Discord afterwards in the chat after Bruships. I'll probably be sitting in there going copy paste, and sort out the polls. Anyway, yeah, basically the US Navy's battleships are chunkier and happier. Calgus answered that one on the Stanflex. What could it be used for? Large VLS. And also probably for things like, you could actually, if you have a deeper one, you could do things like 5-inch guns, etc. out of it. And that was, this was the original discussion around it, because they wanted to put bigger guns in there. It was, I think, if I am dating it to anything, I would say, because of when the conversation was had, if you consider the Absalom class are built between 2003 and 2004, and they're being discussed in the, it's very much starting to work towards them in the mid to late 90s, I'd reckon the conversation was an early discussion of what led to the Absalom class, because they have a 5-inch gun on them, which isn't in a long system. They also have some torpedoes, which are in Stanflex, and they do have some Millennium 35mm close-in weapon systems, which are in Stanflex. But there again, they do also, all their evolved Sea Sparrow SAMs are in Stanflex, and all their Harpoons are in Stanflex. I love that Stanflex comes with, as standard, oh yeah, what do you carry? If the anti-ship version, an 8 Harpoon, or they have been looking at 8 naval strike missiles. And you sit there and go, most Danish ships are going around packing more heat in terms of anti-ship weapons than most other NATO navies. Most of them are going around going, yeah, we carry 16 Harpoon. And, then there's the Royal Navy going, we carry 8 on a ship which has a few thousand more tons than you.
I need more beavers.
No, it's just... And someone keeps telling me that, actually, what you need is more box launchers. I'm going, you have trouble with deck space. And the trouble is, box launchers... Yeah, they have issues. If you're something the size of a... I don't know, a American battleship or a World War II cruiser, which is a large cruiser which is being upgraded, here a box launcher is viable. If you're smaller than that, your deck space is going to be very tight if you start fitting on box launchers and relying on other things. Now, Rune van Bismarck is writing the Potsdam Declaration. How important was President Truman? Do you see anything going differently had Franklin Roosevelt been the president in charge? Yeah. Roosevelt has more influence still. You have to remember, at Potsdam, the only person who's still around is Stalin. And he's got a new British leader, he's got a new American leader, he doesn't trust either. One of the really fun things about Clement Attlee and Potsdam is that whilst you did get Winston Churchill came along to try and help him, Clement Attlee at Potsdam is considered too much of a socialist by the Americans and is considered a capitalist pig by the Soviet Union. And there's that great photograph of them, and you basically have Truman in the middle, looking like, don't take this the wrong way, a American school teacher. For some reason, he just looks like he's a school headmaster. In the picture at Potsdam, I'm sorry, it's just everything the time I was looking at him going, you just look like every single film school teacher I have seen from that period or from America, in terms of male ones, in terms of the way you're dressed. And he's even got dirty, scuffed shoes. He got Stalin, who's wearing his, his formal coat with his, sort of white martial colours and striping and all these things. And then you've got Attlee, who looks like he's honestly round for tea on a Sunday afternoon in a British country house. Let's see if I can share the picture of you all. And it's a case of, yeah, that one. Oh, that picture was set to a large scale. That would have been a very big picture.
I like gold.
And there you go. There's the picture of them. And you can see what... And it's just... Yeah, Potsdam is not the same. If you'd had Roosevelt still there, that's going to provide another position of continuation. Then Attlee will be the new Prime Minister, but Churchill's there to try and back him up and provide continuity. It's probably a slightly different agreement. There's slightly more trust. But that's the trouble. This is a this is a conference between allies who trust each other to an extent as nations as they're fighting a war against each other, but where there's now no trust between the leaders because there's no personal relationship between the leaders. And it's one of those scenarios where you start talking about, okay, how do we build ongoing relationships between leaderships of various nations? And it's a very difficult thing, and it's very easy to muck up. It's one of those problems you have in constant international relations, that so much of it is personal relationships. And it's why countries which are significant long-term partners will spend outside amount of monies trying to make sure their up-and-coming political members, despite whichever party they come from, meet with counterparts from from their allied countries. Thank you about the plushies.
Why are we putting... Oh, that's why.
Well.
Okay. I looked up at chat after zoning out for a hot second, and I see, why is Stalin rocking the Slavic Adidas pants? And I'm like, why
yeah, actually, no. I swear, Adidas's pants are modelled on the standard size, aside from what the communists like for their imperial pants. Their formal status, uniform in this period, their official uniform, because they all have these big, thick red bands down them. And then if you look at the first generation of Adidas pants, and which are designed like that, or trousers which are designed like this, they're all like that. So everyone who's wearing Adidas, notice, you are wearing Stalin-inspired design choices.
That's an interesting question to just randomly raise there, Stafford.
Yeah. Carrot, for Stalin, it was Churchill's ability to match him drink for drink and unsettle him. It actually meant he had a lot more faith in Churchill. But also, he actually didn't like Attlee because he felt Attlee had in some ways usurped Churchill. Stalin really didn't understand the concept of carrying out a free and fair election in a wartime and changing leaders. He really had no concept. He could, to a certain extent, understand, because Roosevelt had died, Truman, okay, but he really couldn't understand Attlee being in the post he was in. No. This is the actual photo. This is one of the actual photos taken at the time. You can go and look at it. It's on there. I think it's one. It's a photo. It's a photo for. It's the photo on the wiki page, I think, as well. There's also photos of them round the table talking with each other, and yeah, it's intriguing looking at the people around the table and the way they're approaching and how they're approaching discussions and the different groups, what they're getting up to, and there's there's a great photo which has Admiral Leahy behind him, and Leahy looks like he is above Attlee, and let me see. I'll take this photo and I will show it to you all. Yeah. The question is, what do you think Leahy's smelling, and is it because of what Attlee's just done? And you'll see why I'm saying this when you see it. Can you all see why I'm asking you, what do you think Attlee has done for Leahy to be looking like that? Attlee sitting to one side, which is well known in the UK as sign of we are trying to send something off that way, and Leahy's going. The smile sells it. It's a silent but deadly. Oh, I get told off by my students because apparently after I've taken them through the official photos, they can never look at them the same way again. Because they come from school in the UK and they're taught how to analyse pictures, and then there's me going through it. So, right, in this picture, as you can see, and I'll go through some analysis, and I go, now, what do you think so-and-so has done for X to be looking like that above them? Apparently I ruin picture analysis for my students because I turn it instead from the official thing, which I'm supposed to go through the list and, work out all the sensible points to, okay, which one of you just farted? Oh. Okay. But Truman was pretty important in writing of it, but it's not the same as if Roosevelt had been there. There's be far more of a relationship going on. Nights ago run for Dragon and Foxo. Thoughts on the free ships for the Vagabonds recruitment plan. As when it's like Springtide in online, filler, I say you build up and save cubes until 9th CN anniversary event.
Probably. I've not honestly been bothering with a lot of the LA events. Like, there's just been nothing that's really caught my eye.
Oh, yeah. So I'm just going to repeat what Raptor has just said. Adidas and Puma are started by two brothers. They ran a shoe company, they disagreed, they split up, and that's where Adidas and Puma come from. And, yeah, it's a family rivalry. Fisher, if the US standardized on 14-inch triple turrets from the Nevada class onwards, how does it affect design US fast battleships in World War II? If they've gone with if they've standardized on 14-inch... The interesting question is whether you get a 16-inch as the limit to the guns or 15-inch. Because the Americans have standardized on 14-inch. And none of the Japanese 16-inch ships entered service, technically. Have they? Has the Gato entered service when the Washington Naval Treaty happens? Is it... I'm just mentally trying to remember the dates. They are built... Ooh, they will have entered service just about. because they are into service. The last one is in October 1921. So it could be that the Japanese gained the 16-inch ships as their equivalent of Hood, in that's their cop-out. The British have Hood, the Japanese have Nagato class, and everyone is limited to 15-inch guns or no higher. The interesting thing, of course, though, for that scenario means that the British probably get the F3s, or a version of them, as their capital ships rather than Nelrods, because they're limited to 15-inch guns, and the British are going, woohoo! But I do think that means you're very unlikely to get the 14-inch guns for later treaties, because the British would be just going, well, 15 inches is the limit, and we build 15-inch guns. But yeah, if the Americans are standardized on 14-inch triples, and they try and have a treaty system, they're not going to want it to be a 16-inch when they've got no 16-inch ships. So they're going to want it to be. They're not going to get a less than 15-inch, because the British aren't going to go, yeah, you want us to get rid of our entire battle line? Yeah, we're going to agree to that, aren't we, Sonny Jim? So it probably becomes a case of 15-inch becomes the limitation. The Americans will have shot themselves in the foot in some regards, but they won't in others, because let's be honest, the rate of fire of the 14-inch triples they can get up to is going to be pretty darn efficient.
I saw something blitz by in YouTube chat, which I feel slightly concerned that would be postulated. Something which my cannot pronounce. WO8420 discussion for chat. Which admiral would have done better if he had access to nicotine? The list of admirals that don't have access to nicotine is infinitely shorter than the list of admirals which do have access to nicotine. Cigarettes used to be part of your issued rations in World War II. You were issued, as a foot soldier, you were issued cigarettes. It was far easier. It's the reverse of how it is today, where you actually have to put work in to find a smoking area. You actually had to put work in back in those times to find a non-smoking area. All of the admirals in that picture and all of the leaders in that picture had access to nicotine. Whether or not it was good nicotine is a completely different topic, but they had access to it.
In the nicest way, I'll have you know, Churchill's cigars were the finest cigars he could procure. And were at least according to some sources I've talked to, the product of at least 3 or 4 very interesting emergency flights across the Atlantic to get resupplies.
I agree that smoking is bad.
Yes.
Another person who needs to edit their username because I can't pronounce it.
No, it's Alexander von Karstein Zvorovny 3723.
Some dashes and underscores would do very well in making my brain able to pronounce that.
Karstein. Yeah, vampires.
I would also add that Alexander is Polish, so in nicest way, that there are some people you do not want to get in an argument with, where you can all agree the Poles are one on.
I don't know, me and Fox get in an argument with one quite frequently. It's always amusing.
Yeah, but if it's...
That's because everyone of us that can reliably win them, Dragon.
Doesn't stop it being amusing.
Okay.
It's also winning by losing when you're winning.
I guess that something like that. Oh, actually, Alexander's Romanian. I thought said they were Polish. They're Romanian. Still don't get in a fight with them. Craig's Cross. Would the Australian ship lift and move be a better solution to the lack of dry docks to speed up UK production? We have ship lifts. No, we literally do. The British production issues, and I keep seeing this, I'm being told by our yards aren't advanced enough. They're actually some of the most advanced in the world. I know this because I've been told this by Japanese engineers, let alone British engineers who work on them. Our yards are fairly skilled. The trouble they're missing is usually about the mid-careers. They have a lot of juniors who have been fired through the apprenticeship schemes and are doing very good work. So the 0 to 10 years experience, they have a fair number of. And the 20 year plus experience they have a lot of. The 10 to 20 years are the ones they have the shortage of, in terms of personnel, as a rule. What they have as an issue is the way we structure our orders. We don't build our ships efficiently. And the reason we don't is it's more important to keep the yards open than it is to build the ships quickly. If you paid them to build the ships quickly, they could build the ships a lot more quickly. They could do. And they could hire a lot more workers. But the trouble is, the government doesn't want to order enough ships to keep them open for the time it would be required to keep them open in between the gaps between the ships ordering, because the way they order the ships. So basically, to give the ships yards a constant work, they actually pay them to go build slowly. So people think it's a really weird thing with the Queen Elizabeth class that we basically pay for 3.5 carriers, because all the things we add in to build slowly, rather than 2 carriers. That's not unusual in British ship projects. You can potentially take off as much as 25 to 30% of the cost of every one of the Type 45s to account for money basically being paid to spread out the construction and delay the build. It's not even about profits, it's about they don't want to have too many ships. For some reason, British governments and the Treasury seem deathly afraid of the Royal Navy having too many ships. They seem to treat it like an existential crisis for Britain. Too few ships they're prepared to accept, but too many ships, oh no! And I don't understand why, because honestly, you could stick them in reserve, or you could potentially, I suppose, sell them off. That's what they do all of them now. So why they're worried about building too many ships, I do not know.
Because if you build them, they'll expect us to crew them?
Yeah, I suppose.
Sorry. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Dr. Dan. How you doing?
I'm fine. I'm just home from my lovely 9 to 5 job.
You are coming up to see me at some point this week when I'm in London.
No, because the minions are revolting.
The minions are revolting.
Yes.
Finally, something we can agree on.
Again?
Yep. Because they seem to think that if there were more money around, it would go in any way, shape, or form to them, which it wouldn't.
I never quite understand this scenario where people think and look at the world around them, look at all the expenses happening, all the things happening in the current economic circumstances, and go, you know what, there's a lot of free money around, so I'm going to demand it comes to me. There are times when there is a lot of money, but in this current climate?
Yeah.
Partially because companies keep posting record profits year over year?
No, in this case it's NHS doctors.
This is the British government. We are not posting record numbers.
Yes, but you're expecting people to realize that how funding streams actually work.
No, I think there are a lot of issues about the structure of their jobs and, in a lot of ways, the way they've been treated in various ways. And the problem is they've decided to go on strike about pay rather than the other things, which are actually what the problem is. And pay isn't the issue. The issue is the way that their lives are messed around.
That was more the problem, because if you consider, I don't want to talk too much out of school in this scenario, but the course assistant who I was working with, and the both course assistants I was working with over the last week with Justin Craig, they're both going through training at different points. One's going off to be a midwife, one's training to be a doctor. And they're both sort of going, well, I have no idea where I'm going to be employed. I have to be employed when I graduate, otherwise I can't be finally certified. But I don't know where I'm going to be. It'll be where I'm sent, and they could change their mind in 6 months.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that other people don't have to do things like give their notice for stuff until 6 weeks before the changeover.
Yeah.
So you can't confirm about a lot of the jobs until you know how many jobs there might be, because you don't know if people are going to come out the other end, if people are going to go off and do research, if they're going to go off and have babies, all that kind of stuff. So you don't know how many jobs there are going to be, but they're trying to have a rigid system that kind of pushes people through, and forgetting that there needs to be that flexibility, because as an employer you have people the flexibility.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's just bonkers. And people can get sent anywhere in the country and won't get told where for a good long while yet, and stuff like that. And it's like,
and what I don't understand is you still end up places with like Cornwall, which has an overabundance of senior staff, but has a constant shortage of junior staff.
Yeah, that's because the juniors are at a different stage in life, and they don't want to end up in a fairly small space. You know, they are currently doing the thing of trying to find the person they would like to settle down with somewhere like a...
I will have you know, there's a lot of lovely singles in Cornwall. A lot of lovely singles. I know. Yes, I keep being told about them by my cousins as a vague hint for me, so she should start actually looking to date.
The problem is, quite a lot of them are your cousins.
My cousins aren't single. I'm the only one in the entire generation who's currently not married, other than my sister.
To a cousin? Sorry, it's Cornwall, not Norfolk. Wrong extreme.
Yeah, in nice way. Cornwall's the county which likes to go sailing around the world and bring them back. This is why my family has things like Indian princesses, etc. in it, and I might look pasty white, but yeah, if you look at the full family history, we have basically gone off and brought back wives from all over across the world. And husbands. A few of the wives went off sailing. A few of the girls went off sailing and brought back interesting husbands, who suddenly found themselves surrounded by my family when they got home. That must be the fun time.
I mean, parts of my family, seem to have travelled all the way from one corner of Warwickshire to another corner of Warwickshire that was fairly nearby over quite a long period. And then...
Hey, look, finding the right house can take a long time. We all know location is the issue.
No, this was centuries, and they were people who aspired to peasantry.
You see, really, your family just needed to get into the same profession I did. We are honestly traders. We just come along heavily armed traders. And occasionally haven't stopped off at a foreign port to actually do any trading, but have come back with a cargo hold full of goods, traders.
No, mine were ag lab, agricultural labourers.
Yeah, mine were. Honestly, we are honest merchantmen of the sea.
And
I'm still waiting for the alleged queer polycule that roams and picks up random alone not straight people to incorporate to find me at some point.
I mean, I know last time I checked, I had a friend who was in a nice throuple, and one of the other people in it owns a nice pub, and he's got a nice dog.
I would just like to just say I do know do have a friend who's in a relationship like that, and apparently involves 6 people, and I have no idea of how complicated it is, but honestly, their diary sounds like the Matrix. Leaving that to one side.
Wait. Are me and Reagan the only ones here that are in stable relationships?
Yes.
I'm
Dan, like me, is in a stable relationship with something called his house, which takes all his money.
Bruno was in a stable relationship, aka none.
Yeah, I'm divorced. I was in a stable relationship at one stage in my life. Just
no, let's be honest. You're now in a stable relationship with your house, which keeps asking for money.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the same for me.
That sounds like an abusive relationship.
Most relationships with your housing is abusive.
And my car. Don't forget my car.
I've just had another £3,000 bill come in for the heating on this house, and the heating system on this house. Okay?
Right.
In the
At
nicest
this point,
way.
what part of your house actually works?
Don't know. I honestly don't know anymore. It's slowly getting there. Roof works, touch wood. Electric's sort of heating system is on its 4th evolution.
It's a Pokemon.
I think a Pokemon would be more reliable. Okay.
What, Digimon at that point?
It's just no.
I thought my white baby was bad.
No, Stafford, we are not saying that Dragon and Foxo are the stable ones. Merely that they are the only ones in a stable relationship involving another human or near human intelligence.
Relatively speaking, I'm pretty stable in most things.
It's when you realise that's about the 3rd or 4th time I've had to pay a bill of that scale on this house's heating system to get it work. Because the trouble is, we inherited a house which had an evolutionary heating system, and we've tried to fix it in sympathy with it, but realistically, I am looking at potentially a bill which is going to be 3 times that size if this doesn't work, to rip it all out and replace it entirely.
I'll be honest with that. I would have done that much earlier than you have, by the sounds of it.
The trouble is, the part of that bill is going to be paying for the family to move out and live somewhere else while it's being done. And that's just not been an option. Until recently, because basically my mum and sister's health needed to stabilise. It's a fun time. Anyway, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if during thank you, Timu. What if during the assassination of Franz Ferdinand, a British royal family member and their spouse were killed by Princip while riding with France? That's not a good scenario for anyone. If a member of the British royal family, because if you consider that time, for them to be seen enough to be hanging around at that level, you're pretty much talking it's the Prince of Wales or one of the other princes. That causes issues if they kill one of them as well. Basically, Serbia's friends start to drop down very quickly in that scenario, and even the Russians might be a bit wary about getting involved in that if it's linked back to Serbia. It could also cause issues in Britain with the... One of the things it would do is it would suddenly cause the British government to be paying a lot of very close attention to what's going on. Because the British government would go from, we're concentrating on Ireland, to, a member of the royal family has just been killed. We are paying very close attention right now. Incredibly close attention to what is going on. So yeah.
I find myself thinking it might have an impact on kind of what happens with it all, because given that, because the Austro-Hungarians must have been about the only bit of royalty in Europe that weren't related through Queen Victoria and her
Yeah, and they were the only monarchy which is really suffering from that lack of relationship.
You know,
Because being part of that group means there's always an endless supply of cousins to potentially take over the crown if anything goes wrong.
Yeah, but also, you know, it would have, because that could have could have brought together the Kaiser and the Tsar together with the Brits.
Yeah.
And then, you know, and then I really can't see the French wouldn't help the Serbs. You know, the French were going to help out the Russians, who were helping the Serbs because the Serbs were part of this kind of pan-Slavic thing idea they had going on.
Yes,
a bit like the East Asia co-prosperity sphere, but with more vodka and less sake.
A lot of potato-based alcohol, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, so that would have been interesting. Because people... This is going to sound silly.
I can't be heard.
You turned off...
People don't assassinate British royals.
No, this is why Americans, etc., find it very strange when people post videos of them cycling through the Highlands of Scotland and they suddenly come across King Charles walking alone.
Yeah.
And they're going, no bodyguards, nothing. And I'm going...
No, you just can't see them.
In the nicest way, you all had a beat on you the entire time.
Where do you think they invent? Literally, it's where ghillie suits come from.
Yes,
is from the Scots, Scottish gamekeepers.
And yes, it was literally from the Scottish gamekeepers on the Balmoral estate, who used to take security of Queen Victoria to a very significant degree. And there's a guy called John Brown who's had a movie around him, and there's all sorts of mythology around him. There's some reality, some not. Who was basically head of the unit, and that's one reason why he was so close to Queen Victoria, because he was basically in her Scottish bodyguard.
I heard this question. Pretty much the only thing that's been on my head is just Fleet's get up while he's in Australia, underlit saying, "Cowabunga it is."
Who let Fleet go to Australia?
Do you mean Japan?
Japan.
In Japan,
yeah,
Yeah.
It just needed a pith hat.
Do you know? At one point, I actually took him for a walk to get him away from Dan and Drac, because it was getting Drac and Dan were both getting to a level of
homicidal intent.
It was on the island. You remember that, Dan, don't you? So I took Fleet for a walk in the midday sun. Still fully suited and booted.
Yeah.
I loved that museum. That museum was really cool.
That was the which one was that?
That was the Naval Academy Museum.
Oh yeah, that was very cool.
And then you and Drac basically went nuts in the shop.
Yes.
Because you found there was all sorts of things there you couldn't get anywhere else.
Yes. And then also, the thing which I liked the best was that very senior chief petty officer.
Yes.
Gave us, amongst other things, the one thing which I was not going to buy because, as a kind of mark of respect, people earn kind of pilots' wings and things like that. So I am not going to buy such things even in miniature, because that's something people will put on uniforms, or on a suit to show that that's what they do.
Yeah.
But to be given it is like, oh yes, I will.
Yeah. No, Fleet you have to remember, Fleet has a lot of work going on at the moment, so he's focusing on his own channel. But still around, we're doing a lot, and in a nice way, he's coming with me and Gareth to Rotterdam. And we're hoping, we're going to carry forth. We're hoping, I'm sending a message, I'm hoping Killer Bin's going to be able to join us on stage. And that's going to be us four discussing history and all these things on Twitch.
Cool.
It's going to be fun. And then the next weekend, I'm up in Leeds. Yeah.
Oh, is it?
It's going to be fun.
Is that?
Basically, it's the last weekend in May. We're at TwitchCon, and
Okay.
I hope there's going to be a lot of people there because we're going to be on the 30th. We're going to be on the SJP Sugar stage, I think it is, and I'm just proud. I'm happy. I'm going to be on a stage which isn't a sort of lecture theatre of 305. It's going to be something different, and. No, Jonathan, we're not going to have you join the panel per se. We're thinking of having you MC it.
Jonathan's not going to be hiding. About things like the pole and the slightly dodgy lighting and for some reason people not stuffing, bills in your
Okay, next question.
Why?
Next question. Brandon Larson, 4542. If the United States were to build and commission all 20 to 25 Defiant-class battlecruisers, how would the panel deploy them? Well, every carrier's getting a buddy, and the rest are being used for a constant deployment wandering around the world. So basically, I have 12 of them attached to carrier forces. I know I have 11 carriers, but I'll have 12 of them for that for sure. And the other 13 are doing various wanderings. If I did make it 40, let's say I make it 11 attached to carriers and 14 independent. I put 7 based on the Pacific, 7 based on the Atlantic, and have them basically go, these are your patrol areas. Make sure everyone in this area gets a visit from a Defiant class every few months.
Say hello and show we care.
Yes. We're going to show up and say, hello, we love you, we're here to talk to you, to listen to you. We will listen. We are here with our listening ears.
And I would make sure to have excellent chefs.
Yes.
Because we all know what's important with this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. We do.
Yeah. Sorry, my brain has just decided to... Well, no, my brain has completely failed. I still haven't recovered from the bug I had the other week.
Yeah, and you've been sent back to work and working the same full hours, which is what I love about the UK's NHS.
I mean, I've literally had 2 weeks off. Yesterday was my first day back at work. Which is quite something. I haven't been off this long for ages.
Someone just commented the Brits use 1 missile for 1 target. No, we don't. We use the same standard as everyone else, basically, which is you fire 2.
Wasn't there an idea about being able to fire kind of, especially if there was a wave of things, more like 1.5? Because if you can redirect them?
To an extent, yes, but yeah.
I thought that was part of the bright idea with why you only need 48 VLS cells. Not that any of us actually believe you only need 48 VLS cells. It's that they only wanted to pay for 48 VLS cells.
They had the studies. They had the studies from the NFR 90. They had the studies, which were all based on task groups having at least 4 of them per carrier.
Yes. And that's just the sort of thing to make me somewhere between despairing and homicidal.
Welcome to my world. Wade's World of Science and Tech. Can't remember. Have you read Doc Smith's Lensman series? If so, what do you think of the command ship? I think I have read it a while back, and if I remember correctly, I was a little bit annoyed with it, which is why I think I stopped reading about halfway through the series because I was annoyed with the ships. But I'm not sure if it was the command ship alone that was annoying me, or if it was the general fleet structure in total. Because this is the trouble with me in sci-fi. Sometimes I pick up the books and it can be well written, but if the structure is completely stupid, I will stop paying attention to it. It's what happened with one series, which I was really into. I really enjoyed. It was basically all about sort of the rise of an empire, human empire and all these, and they're fighting arachnids, which were basically spider-like space threats and all these things. And then I was reading the force structures and how they were outlining the force, and no, it just was no.
Think
Was
the
this-
E. Sorry.
Was this Helldivers, perchance?
No. Helldivers is basically based around a first-person shooter. All the fleet structures are stupid. But that's kind of like with Halo. When you look at the fleet structures, when they were initially talking about them, they were really, really bad. And after a while, I think someone actually kicked the game developers in the head or something, because they start to improve them. And then the books come out, and the books actually make them make sense, because they actually rewrite some of the fleet structures from from how the early games had outlined them. Right. Wayne's other side answer that one. Starship Troopers was okay, Starship Troopers, the book, is very different than the movie. For starters, the movie has tamed down the nudity by a massive degree. In fact, all three movies have tamed down the nudity by a massive degree. Versus the book. They also delayed the intro. Also, you have to remember the last movie is the one which has the mobile infantry in their true form. Realistically, they are not sort of standard basic infantry, which is why they don't have tanks. It makes sense if everyone's operating in a mech suit, they are the tanks. They don't need tanks. Yeah. Montana 67. If the catapults and security equipment on the Ibuki are removed, what can be added to replace the blank space? Not much once you've built it into carrier form. Once you build it in carrier form, you can't really... You basically have to take everything off and start again. And I mean, have to go back down to the main deck. Because they weren't using their flight deck as their strength deck, so you go down to the main deck, which is used in the strength deck. And remember, the strength deck is the point at which the hull is held together. Which is why the strength deck matters. The strength deck is built to be strong. And the reason also why the British can build their carriers like they can is because they make the flight deck the strength deck. Which is what on Ark Royal and Illustrious is why you can hang as much armor off it as you can. Nice to hear everyone. How impractical is American Tier 10 Shenandoah? It's a CL-154 cruiser with 3 single 8-inch guns forward and aft in Atlanta-style layout.
Very.
Single 8-inch guns.
It's using the 8-inch that they tried on USS Hull.
Yeah.
For the record.
3 single turrets.
I think technically it's 6. It's 343. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll check that.
Why would you do that unless you're trying to give them an AA capability? At which point the question becomes, why that?
And they're fully automaticated.
6 fully automatic 8-inch single guns.
Yes.
Why haven't you?
This is on the post-war anti-aircraft cruiser hull that was meant to have the 6 twin of the more modern 5-inch.
Why in the name of all things holy would you do that? Why? So I just look at the PC and thinking I need to dust it out before I go. It's got a lot of building dust in it. This is the trouble. What happens while I'm away? And then I got back and I didn't think, hang on, I might need to dust it out before I start using it. Night, Alexander. But no, I can't honestly see. I'm not sure. A, I'd go for twin guns, and B, that's a lot of weight. An automatic turret, you're going triple high, is a lot of weight. I prefer to have 4 twin turrets and have the weight lower down, because honestly, yeah, that just sounds like you're making your life more problematic than you need to, in terms of a weight, in terms of metacentric height, etc.
That, to be fair, they're not actually that high up. Like, the frontal one is, but the rear ones aren't.
Okay.
Imogen Cyclic. For those curious.
But I still don't understand why because you've got all of the weight of the rotating mechanisms and everything, and then just having a single gun when you're going to put on more than one gun on your ship.
Well, my question then is, why did the US look at making a single 8-inch gun anyway, then?
Did they?
Yeah,
they did.
This gun is historical. It was tested on a destroyer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was on a destroyer where you're not going to put more than one gun on it.
No, the plan was potentially put 3 of them on. 142 aft.
These are the same people who tried to put catapult aircraft on their destroyers.
And it worked.
Yes.
Yes, you can see how they continued and had dozens of those post-war. Oh wait, no, they didn't. They converted.
That doesn't mean it didn't work.
It worked, but was it really? Was the cost of it justify? Did the cost of it justify itself?
Yes.
Not really. And in this scenario, yeah.
I wouldn't want this cruiser.
It sounds like you're trying to just. If you've got nothing else, okay, then you've got it, so you use it. But it's also the case of, it sounds to me like you're taking a gun you're making for a destroyer where it sort of makes sense, and going, I'm going to put double the armor on a cruiser and see if that makes sense, and that's not. It's not. You're trying to go for a destroyer-armed cruiser rather than a cruiser-armed cruiser, and a destroyer-armed destroyer. If that makes sense.
Because what you could do with that, I mean, it'd be fine to do something like have a, because if you doubled them up, you could have something which was like an Arethusa class that had a baby with a York/Exeter class.
The mount was never designed with capability for twin, so
that's the trouble. Yeah. Okay.
Then go and hit whoever came up with it without that. Hit them until they stop twitching, and then go away and do that. And
it doesn't work, as that's now that is too large of a mount. That is a fully, even more so than a Des Moines, auto-loading 8-inch.
Yes.
Yeah. Look,
it's going to be very big.
I think this whole scenario we're talking about here is, it's been put together with systems which were designed, but I don't think if you actually really ended up building a cruiser with that sort of technology, that's not how you'd implement that technology. I think you would go for a twin mount, but you develop the twin mount, if that makes sense. There are some ways you could simplify development for making a twin mount work on similar technology, and you would probably end up with 3 to 4 turrets, twins, because I think also the problem with having that many singles is that's going to take a huge amount of deck space up for those 8-inch guns, and you're going to ask yourself, is that really worth? Is the 6th 8-inch gun, is the 5th 8-inch gun turret really worth the deck space versus 40mm versus some 5-inch AA versus all the other options you could get in at that point? Is it really giving you a boost enough capability in terms of your 8-inch firepower to justify it versus something else? And that's the problem I think I can see come with it. Now,
I don't see the 5-inch coming up because, as this is based on a cruiser which was by default was meant to have 5-inch. It was the cruiser it's based on is shown in World of Warships as Austin, and I believe Knight mentioned it in the question.
The option,
and that's twin 5-inch.
The problem you probably would get would be okay, yes, we've got the 8-inch guns, but do we replace some of the 5-inch with 3-inch guns? Now,
yeah, it does. It is actually noticeable. It does have some 3-inch guns.
How many?
Looking like 3 per side. 3 twin per side.
You see, I think they'd probably want them. They'd probably want a star pattern of them. So I think you probably lose at least 1, if not 2, of the 8-inch mounts for twin 6-inch, twin 3-inch. Because especially in the period we're talking about.
I'm not actually sure the hull would be wide enough for a twin of the 8-inch.
Well, yeah, that's why I said you wouldn't, even if you had the single 8-inch mounts. The thing is, what does the sixth 8-inch single 8-inch mount get you? That if you took that position to made it into a twin 3-inch mount doesn't give you, because the extra twin 3-inch in that position gives you a great field of fire and covering. So you could end up if you've got that. It's going to sound strange. For the same amount of 3-inch mounts, I could end up with having the ability to cover each side with 4 mounts, and I'd also have free covering forward, free covering aft, with just the same amount of mounts. If I can use those top positions.
Wouldn't you lose the ability to engage high altitude targets then? Because the 3-inch is a lot significantly lower altitude ceiling.
You've got enough.
Compared to aircraft.
You've got enough 8-inch guns to engage high altitude targets, and the odds are this sort of ship will not be operating on its own.
No, this is the thing. It's an idea looking for a role, and I just don't think there is one because
that is my strong suspicion. But I have a poodle who needs to go in the garden, so I will leave you with this debate while I put him in the garden.
Because you'd either take a bigger cruiser like an actual Des Moines, or you have a smaller cruiser that's the kind of... Because what they were looking for was basically they got the new 5-inch and they wanted to try and do stuff with it in the way that they'd got the Atlantas. It sounds like. So what they didn't want was that they weren't trying to... It doesn't sound like they were trying to create... why do you want a ship with a couple of 8-inch guns and a couple of 3-inch guns when you could just have a bigger cruiser with more 8-inch guns so it can actually put up a proper barrage, or have a smaller one which can mount more weight of fire with your smaller guns?
Because that's not what this 8-inch was made for.
Yeah, to get a cruiser with a significant number of 8-inch with the fully automatic guns, you're looking at adding 6,000 to 8,000 tons to the design, and at that point you're in a completely different price bracket. You're no longer a small cruiser; you're a full-size heavy cruiser.
Yes, which is what you're going to be.
But that's not what the 8-inch gun was designed for.
Yeah. This is we are a light cruiser with improved AA capability.
No, you're not. You're a slightly scaled down Fisher's Folly. You're a courageous or a furious. You're a ship with a gun that's disproportionately too big for it.
But it's not, though.
So it's still 12,000 tons. It's bigger than a town class.
Yeah.
And the town class were considered for twin 8-inch.
Yes.
They were considered for triple 8-inch, as I recall.
They're considered for twin 9.2s.
Yeah, I mean...
The hulls which were designed for the quadruple 6-inch were considered for twin 9.2s.
So in particular, to a degree, this is actually more likely to be for a what's called land support ship.
Yeah.
Which is what the gun was designed for. So if you're rocking up to a beach with 6 8-inch guns that are fully auto-loading, you can support quite a bit.
You're devastating everyone who gets anywhere near you.
And you're also able to provide anti-aircraft close-in AA cover for the amphibs at that stage. I mean, that's a perfectly reasonable role, but it's a niche, and you'd probably only need a couple of those.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what the gun was meant for. So it was always meant to be a niche project. I do doubt they would actually get a ship like this built, even if they had the gun service the ships already. I'm skeptical they'd be allowed to have it, but
yeah, thing is, people come up with all kinds of crazy concepts. It doesn't mean they're going to actually ever build them. They're partly doing it to prove the point that A, yes you can, and B, no you shouldn't.
Because it was also meant to be stuck on the Spruancers, the Strike Cruisers, and the Long Beach. But this 8-inch gun in particular.
Wait, back on the Strike Cruiser 19. Well, the Strike. Yeah.
It was meant for all future Strike Cruiser generations.
That's one with rate of fire of yes.
Well, it has 12 rounds per minute on an 8-inch gun. And that's the sustain they actually had in service. They could probably have theoretically got it higher, but that's not practical.
Hmm. Oh well. It's fun times. It's fun times had by all. So next question.
Yeah.
Yep.
It still feels like it's a problem looking for it's a solution looking for a problem.
It's something which if built would find its niche, but it wasn't built because it didn't have a niche before it was built. Don Giovanni 4331. Why didn't the German naval architects work with the Italians like the tank designers worked in the Soviet Union? Would a Bismarck 9 15-inch gun have been possible? Yes, it would have been, but you have to remember the Germans politely are even, and the Italians' relationship is equally dismissive of each other. And up until realistically you have the actual pact and agreement between Hitler and Mussolini, they politely and cordially hate each other. And at various points, Hitler was very certain that the person who was the biggest threat to him when he had Anschluss of Austria was if the Italians mobilized one bit, he would have to withdraw.
Yeah, that's because they were arguing over Austria.
Yes.
Because the Italians saw it as theirs, which, if you think about it timescale-wise, is when both sides were designing their big ships. So we remember when Bismarck was being designed?
Yeah. But also, there was just never that relationship between the Italians and the Germans because of their other issues going on.
Yes.
Channel, what European NATO power has had the best, least nonsensical naval procurement of the 21st century so far? I will take least nonsensical as the option rather than best. Probably Italy. Although I
Poland?
Poland's doing pretty darn well, but their approach is literally buy everything. Whereas
Sweden?
the Swedes have only just joined NATO, so their earlier problems are not their fault. But they're still having issues with their submarine procurement. The Italians are basically doing the best job of the lot. But you also have to remember, one of the fun things, every time people point out to me, oh, France or Italy have done a really good job of this, and I do tend to point out, well, yes, but France and Italy have procured like 2 ships for their air defense destroyers and their Horizon class frigates. The British procured 6 for the Type 45s. The reason the British don't have a ship it's more usual for the British to have a ship available than the French on those capabilities, or the Italians. But the reality is, it's because of the British government's consistent doesn't matter which party's in power. Please stop trying to say my party's better than yours. They didn't do this. No, they've all done it, including the party I've been associated with, have all mucked it up. They're all equally to blame. There is really no one who has got a shining light of joy on this front. Infrastructure. Everyone remembers the big ticket items which are cut out by some of them, or the refits which are paused, and these things sort of things. No one seems to remember, who cut all the dry docks and all the dockyard space? Who sold off half of Portsmouth? Who sold off half of Plymouth? They've all done very, very bad things and very stupid things. Turkey's quite good, but Turkey has some interesting issues going on there. They've shot themselves in the foot far too many times for my liking. Especially when you consider they built an entire capability you need around the F-35B, and then because they insist on buying the Russian air defense system, which has proved absolutely exceptional in the Ukraine war, hasn't it? I think not. They ended up being kicked out of having to redevelop everything. And they've done a good job of redeveloping it, but they're still kind of... Okay, you built your entire system around getting something, and then you couldn't get it because you decided to buy that. That's kind of a silly maneuver.
What, like procuring aircraft carriers and then forgetting you might actually also need to get some aircraft for them and have some escorts?
Yeah, basically the S-400 has been just constantly acquitting itself so well in all these operations it's found itself in recently. And there's someone who told me, the Russians, they don't supply the really good one to everyone else. And you're sitting going, I keep waiting for the really good one to show up. I thought they were using the really good one. And they haven't.
According to the absolutely unbiased site known as the War Thunder forums, the S-400 is just luring everybody into a false sense of superiority so that Mother Russia can come back and reconquer the entire Northern Hemisphere.
No, the reality is, and this is the point I tried to make to people, is that unfortunately Russia has, since the end of the Cold War, has had a constant problem with recruiting engineers, because they keep going abroad to work elsewhere where they can get more money. And this means the engineers you have working on things like S-400 are getting older and older and older, as they're the ones usually already in their jobs with families, etc., or who haven't been lured elsewhere. And even the young ones coming up aren't necessarily the best of the young ones. And they're working hard, they're trying their best. There are some really good patriots amongst them, and so I do acknowledge that. But the trouble is, that means you don't have enough engineering talent to do, and engineering and scientific research talent, to keep those things up to the level that it used to be. The S-400 was probably a very good system when you're looking at the early 1990s. Today, it hasn't been able to keep up the pace of development. And that literally... it's a money situation. It's nothing else. Joe Fredericks, I think the only good record of the S-400 was last year in the India skirmish. Yeah. Sort of semi-good. And that was probably because of the tactics being used by both sides. Fisher, why did the British have so many different armaments for capital ships and dual-purpose guns? Can they have standardized on the 15-inch 50 cal and the 4.7-inch 40 cal? A, the 15-inch 50 never entered service, so sadly no. They could have standardized on those things, but the trouble is the British actually have money in the 1920s and 30s. And so the British build 16-inch guns for their capital ships, in terms of Nelson and Rodney. And then the treaty comes in, and the Second London Treaty is supposed to be, we're supposed to be aiming for 14-inch guns now. So they build the King George V to a 14-inch gun standard. Then they're working on 16-inch guns for the Lions. And so that's politics interfering at that level. And at every other level, they actually have, as I said, they have money, so they keep going, right, we need to standardize, but this testing, it requires a gun which can do this. So we'll standardize on this gun. And then they've passed right through the standardization process, but they still have money, and they're looking at new testing, and testing now said there's a new result, new gun which needs to be, new results, new things which actually would need to be emphasized. Okay, so now they want to standardize on the next gun, and next gun, and next gun. The interesting thing is, if you want to standardize at the same time the 15-inch 50 is a thing with the F3s, the gun the British would have standardized on for destroyers and below would be the 5.5-inch gun. That's the point. if the British were standardizing in that period, the gun which they said was the most suitable, which they were looking at the same time contemporaneously, the 15-inch 50, would have been the 5.5-inch gun. So it would have been nice, but what do my colleagues all think?
I believe me and Fox were actually talking about the 4.7-inch a few days ago about it, but it would very much been nice just to be able to standardize on certain things, but...
I like my 136s.
Foxhound just said a tribal with 8 5.5-inch guns is scary. Especially if they're properly dual purpose.
Yeah, but the 5.5-inch gun wasn't particularly a good gun.
Let's put it this way, the 5.5-inch gun as existed in 1920s was a very good gun for the 1920s. As it would have existed in the 1930s, it would have been through 20 years of development, and if you consider the 4.7-inch gun goes through about four different degrees of mark by that period, so would the 5.5-inch probably at least.
But you are getting to the point where with 5.5-inch you tend to get guns that are too big functionally for destroyers.
Yes, you are. So, but the thing is, again, if you start off this early enough, and you standardize early enough, then you probably build destroyers. You might end up with a thing that the destroyer limit is like 3,000 tons rather than 2,000 tons, or 1,500 tons and 1,850 tons. So again, suddenly all the destroyers that are around in the late 1920s are 3,000 ton ships, and so destroyers go up to 3,000 tons sort of thing. But that probably then leads to all sorts of other things coming in, because that means destroyers really have crossed into the small cruiser category for that period, in which case you probably end up with the cruisers having to be bumped up. Although, if you've got a 3,000-ton ship armed with let's say 8 5.5-inch guns, do you want to worry about a 10,000-ton ship with 8 6-inch guns? That starts to seem very inefficient, doesn't it?
Yep.
That's an interesting one to get in. Anyway, Knight 6831. For Dragon and Foxo and Azur Lane, the O class is known as the Brunhilde class, with the ship's names Brunhilde Alvita, but the third ship isn't in game yet. Is there a second half to this question somewhere?
Is it 45? Because if so, the answer is yes.
It's 47.
Yes, give me a minute.
Our next question is something which I think Dragon's probably prepping for, which is why Dragon is quite so quiet at the moment.
No, I've been dogfighting, but...
what name could fit the theme of Norse Valkyries? And speaking of Brunhilde, her event, Operation Convergence, will be added to the Azur Lane War Archives on April 9th. So, this is definitely a question for Dragon and Foxo.
There's always Rossweiser.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty common one that's used for Valkyries.
Oh, Ross.
What's that other one that you quite like, Foxo? Because there's another one that you do quite like, as I recall. Basically, take Valkyrie name, put on ship.
It's George. George, Hockey, Rotta,
Roki, yeah, another one.
Sigdraba, Sigrun. Sigrun's good.
Sigrun's always good.
Gold, Sparpa, Brood.
The enemy team just nuked themselves.
Well, yes, that's what the enemy team is supposed to do. This way you can march on to an uncontested victory.
It's just weird seeing them do so. I didn't know they were pulling a Belka.
Olrun, Gara.
Yeah, as I said, basically just...
There's a lot of Valkyries in North mythology.
Yeah.
And personally, I kind of hope they don't add Brunhilde or the O-Class. Because they're abominations.
No, they're not. The O-Class are actually decent.
Abominations.
Like,
70% of the Iron stuff that's been added since 2021 are abominations.
the O-Class is actually a nice ship, though.
I think I would
It's
like...
basically a German renown.
Yeah, to an extent, yes. I'd say... I was thinking Skogl. Skogl could be fun. Naming a ship Shaco could be quite cool. Because Brynhilde is... armoured battle. Okay, makes sense. To an extent. Yeah.
This is very Wagnerian.
Yes, but it is very Wagnerian. It's very German. They were kind of obsessed with Wagner. Also, I quite like the idea of what calling a ship Skogl, which is Axe Age. I just think that'd be quite cool. But that's my only involvement. I'm not really getting... Azure Lane is something which I am reading up and trying to learn more on so I can get involved in these questions, but I'm not starting to play the game because I just don't have time. So the next question is one definitely which is... I'm going to let Dragon and Foxo go first, then I'm going to jump in. Because it's Brandon Larson. If you were in command of the Republic's fleet at the first battle of the first part of the second Battle of Ryloth, how would you deploy your force against the Separatist blockade we see in the Clones War show?
First part of the second battle.
First part of the second battle. I'm clarifying that to make sure it's true. Nonsense.
I don't know nearly enough, so...
I know Dragon knows more than me, so I'm letting Dragon go first.
The second battle. What was that? Referring to this, because they're technically
the second battle's the one that lists the siege.
I'm trying to double check if it definitely is that one, because there's two attempts. Yeah. Assuming it is going off of that, then yeah, you've only got 3 Venators versus at least 1 Loose Hulk and a lot of Munificence. There's not much you really can do. Actually, you know what I would have done? All those troop transports, which are, actual straight-up space cruisers. Can I have those in the battle, please, first? Like, drop off the troops for a bit somewhere else and actually give me a cruiser force to work with. I don't think that's unreasonable to ask. If I'm being nuts, I would perform a Thrawn's Pincer and use hyperspace to jump in as close as possible to the planet and then attack from behind. Because again, the problem is you've only got 3 Venators versus superior odds.
And you would want 3 Venators to reliably take on that Looser Hulk alone.
Yeah, you've then got to deal with like 10 Munificence if it is the battle I'm thinking of. 5 minutes or so seen in the battle in the episode Storm over Ryloth. Right.
I'd say if I've got 3 Venators to do the job and I'm against an outsized number of ships, I want to dive in close because I want to limit their ability to engage me. Because if I've got the planet between me and them, they can't fire through the planet.
The issue is that's one of the worst possible positions to be in against a looser Hulk. It's like saying you want to be a carrier battle range with a fleet carrier, and you don't have a fleet carrier.
Well, the thing is, I have fighters. I have Jedi, who are walking wizards. I want to be... ideally, I want to be in a position where I outnumber the section of the Lucraholts I'm against. So, if they're congregating one big group, this makes it difficult for me to do. Unless there are planetary defences I can turn on them.
There's no... they own the planetary defences.
They own the planetary defences.
They have already taken the planet, and the Republic's trying to send a force to take it back.
And we're going with 3 Venators.
Yeah, they didn't know about the looser Hulk.
Yeah, but if you're trying to take a planet, surely you're taking more than 3... okay, yes, maybe you're taking 3 Venators, but surely there's some acclimators along with you as well.
Though those are purely troop transports and don't come till after you've taken, and basically say, if you do not take it, we will not send the acclimators to land on the planet.
Then you're just sending me 3 Venators, that's not enough. You need to send me at least 6. I need to be able to body attack, and preferably I need at least 8, so I can have 2 hang back and provide long-range support with their guns, but also act as refreshers for aircraft which can't get onto their own carriers for the fight. And I've got to have the other 6 move in pairs as hunting pairs.
No, Chandelord, you're not overestimating the Lucre Hulk. The Lucre Hulk has enough fighters to overwhelm 5 Venators and still have spares.
The Lucre Hulk has a lot of space for a lot of fighters. That's what I'm thinking. So basically, what you need to do is catch them by surprise and take out a pair of them and dive off. And then repeat that over and over again.
Yeah, a Lucre Hulk carries at least 1,500 Vulture droids.
Yeah, actually, this looser Hulk would have the big issue. It's an early one. It's still got all the droids slave to the central control system.
No, it doesn't.
They're not. I thought it does.
Nope.
Because that comes up in the episode.
Nope, that's the Battle of Naboo. At this point, they've replaced them with the OOM models of battle droids, so that's no longer needed.
Oh, great.
Realistically speaking, the answer is I need more forces, or I'm going to have to pull off some stupid move. Honestly, if you're telling me to take this fleet on with only 3 Venators, I might do a Skywalker, which he rammed a Venator into the Lucre Hulk, except instead of just ramming, I'm going to fill it with as much high explosive as I physically can. If you can detonate a large enough explosive in the middle of their force, just charge the Venator in and boom! Go classic fire ship on the lot.
Could you not, though, get away with transferring the landing force from the acclimators to the Venators?
Can I take the Venators to a yard and do some work on them before I take them into battle?
No, it's a very, it is a thing where basically they're told, if you do not take this now, the invasion is called off.
Because realistically, I need to do some work on these Venators.
Honestly, I'd be almost tempted to see if I can stick how many AT-ATs I can stick on the hull just to get extra firepower.
Why do I have to do the invasion now?
Massive political pressure.
Okay, I know what I'm doing.
What's the political...
Also, if you don't take it now, you're giving the Separatists time to loot the planet and then fortify it.
Okay, I have an idea. I'm going to need to route via Corinth, though. Because I know the fleet at Corinth are really, really badly organised and won't notice when some of my commandos nick some of their Venators.
Borrow.
That's my plan. I'm nicking 6 Venators from Corinth. On way.
I think you just,
gone.
to some extent, you just have to turn round to whoever's told you to do this and go,
do it
okay,
yourself,
so for
mate.
political reasons you want me to do this. What are the political consequences when it all goes wrong and suddenly you have an awful lot of letters to write?
Why do they write the letters?
They don't care about clones.
So, for one, the person who's ordered this is the Supreme Chancellor of the Republic.
Yes.
Doesn't write his own letters.
Has complete control over everything. You do what he says.
Doesn't write his
If
own
it goes
letters.
wrong, not his fault. It is the ambassador for this planet and the other people who are pushing for it in the Senate. So once again, not his fault. No more him not writing letters still.
And you've got quite a large landed force that is currently trapped and under siege and literally being starved out down there.
Your force has already been sieged and starved out. You've already lost an entire regiment of clones. A Jedi has already died. It's literally in his name. And the people are literally being enslaved in ways that would make a Hutt blush.
That takes skill to make a Hutt blush.
Yeah, and you can't be seen doing nothing. Even if you fail, you can go be tried.
I'm still going by my option of nicking some ships from Corinth.
Yep.
In which case you can free up more resources so we can actually do it properly. Otherwise, it's going to be a clusterfudge.
Also, this is within the first few months of the war starting, so no one really has much on the Republic side. This is before the industrial printers started going.
Whilst I accept that, there is one option which we haven't considered. Am I allowed to hire merchant ships, i.e. civilian ships?
Probably not, because they're staying out of the conflict.
How about mercenaries?
You might be able to get a few, but not enough to take on a fleet.
I don't need a lot. I just need enough to cause a distraction and get the Lucre Hulks to have to move out of position.
The thing is, the Lucre Hulk wouldn't have to. That's what it's got its munificence for.
Yes, but it would still. They'd say you could actually make. You could. How many Lucre Hulks are there?
One.
There's one Lucre Hulk, and it's the munificence. Okay.
Yes.
If I get the munificence to move out of position and be away from the Lucre Hulk, then I can get my 3 Venators to jump in very close to Lucre Hulk and take it out with their guns.
You're still outgunned.
Yeah. The Lucre Hulk will mulch you.
The Lucre Hulk, and this isn't even a battleship variant, this is just one of the standard early ones, still outguns 3 Venators.
Yeah. So, a Lucre Hulk battleship, the full battleship conversions, can, with a small chance of victory, go 1-on-1 with an early Star Destroyer, or a victory.
Yeah. To point out, they have, if it's a Clone Wars refit, it's got 51 turbo laser batteries. If it's the pre-war variant, which has pre-war weapon upgrade one, it has 42 quad turbo lasers. A Venator,
got more guns than you.
has 16 heavy turbo lasers.
Yeah.
Plus a few others.
It's also got a lot more mass than you and a lot more shields than you.
Yes, but presumably its weapons can't all fire in the same direction.
They can fire a lot of them in the same direction. They can fire over 50%.
That still shuts it down to 24.
And then it also outnumbers your fighters something like 4-1.
Again, though, there's the
Excluding bombs.
surprise of appearing right next to it in from hyperspace.
Yeah, like that was one of the strategies I would have tried to do as well, as I mentioned
Honestly, at
early
this
on.
stage, your best bet is to literally fly into it through whilst in hyperspace.
This no, because you can't do that because that's hyperspace. But
You can
literally
do
the
that.
strategy
I've
they
seen this
use.
in the film. It is canon.
It's actually not. They've rewrote that bit.
What, the whole
Hyperspace
climax
ram?
of-
Yeah, they literally bring it up next film of how that basically was an impossible thing that's impossible to repeat.
If you can do it once, you can do it again.
Dan, the universe had a big bang once. Can you just do it again at random?
Well, I think let's move on to the French army coup.
Yeah.
Let's move on to the French army coup.
I do have one slightly unrelated question for the medical doctor in chat. How bad of an idea would it be to use Flex Seal as a shoe thing, as in you spray it on your feet and allow it to cure?
I'm not sure what that is, but almost certainly a bad one.
Aerosolized polymer sealment.
Sounds like it's probably not a good idea for long term.
Noted.
I mean, short term, it's not going to be that different from just wearing a pair of kind of immersion socks or something. But long term sounds icky.
Okay, next question. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if the French army in 1970 started a coup against the government? In this timeline, the French suffer 1.5 times the losses than historically Verdun was lost. The French government loses. Is the army about withdrawing from the war, or is the army about staying in the war, whatever next? This is going to be the next question. And what happens then with the rather large Allied army sitting in France? This is all going to be an interesting discussion. It depends on the politics of the coup, and you haven't given me that. If they are pro-war, continuing war, or pro-ending war. Because just because an army suffered losses doesn't mean they want to end the war. They could want to fight on for their friends, so they haven't sacrificed in vain. It could be the government wants to end the war.
Could just be they think the government's incompetent.
Yes.
And not running it properly.
Yes. So it's one of those situations of I need more information to really go beyond. No, they've taken it. Pro-ending war from YouTube Minecraft Watcher. Well, then their first thing is going to be to get the British out of France. Try and end the war and get the British out of France. Because the British army might support the French government then. And even the French army might be split in that scenario. It's going to be a fun mess, basically. What happens? It's a fun mess. Lots of nasty things. Night cigarette. Okay, Dan, Karen.
Well, I was going to say, that's going to depend, because by 1917, you've had such horrific losses to the Germans. How are they going to... Because what the French army did was they said they weren't going to do it... The big thing they did was they said they weren't going to do any more attacks.
Mm-hmm.
That was the mutiny.
Yeah.
It wasn't a, we're not following orders. It was a, we're not going to conduct any assaults. We're going to continue to defend France. We are still French. You know, etc. Wanting to end the war, I mean, possibly negotiating it, but they're not going to want to just surrender to the Germans, because the Germans are the ones who've been killing them. And there's enough antipathy at this point, because you've already had the Franco-Prussian War a generation or so earlier. So this is kind of the midpoint of the multi-generational thing. So just because they're anti-war and possibly anti-French government is in no way going to make them pro-German.
Yeah, it's going to be pro-ending war, but they know.
Yeah, even the French communists at the time, which, if anyone knows anything about French communists, were anti-war but were pro keeping fighting the Germans.
Yeah. So it's kind of something when you manage to piss off everyone so much that even the
communists
are against you.
Even the French communists are thinking that, yeah. Because, I mean, French communists are something special.
You can say that again. They are something very, very special.
Special ed special?
Just incredibly special. Let's put it this way. The German communists are the ones who take the biscuit with their regular shouts of things like, "Comrades, maintain revolutionary discipline! Do not walk on the grass!" French communists are, "We will have our revolution after we've had a proper breakfast. Not before. Proper breakfast." That was the interesting thing. The British used to work out that when the SOE were operating with the French communists, they used to joke that the most important thing they could do was send them breakfast, send them stuff so they could have a decent breakfast.
Yeah, I can see that. And, you know, a proper lunch, I'm sure.
Yes. You cannot fight for the public on an empty stomach.
No. The revolution will wait whilst you have a proper aperitif.
Yes, and do not forget your free course your free courses for starter at dinner. Total dinner is going to be about 11 courses.
Yes. We're communists, not barbarians.
Yes. Look, the French Communist Party was always very, very academic. And I say this as an academic who regularly has the joy of... How do I put this politely? You might know, if you follow me on social media, you'll notice that I tend to not talk much out my wheelbase on social media because I have my title on there. So therefore, when I am talking as a doctor of war studies. And I'm talking as a historian. So I will tend to keep on my social media to things I know about. And things I have actual experience of and knowledge on, and I can talk about. I think there'd be a lot of it. I do sometimes wish my colleagues in the academic collegiate would remember this when they start talking about things, because the amount of times I see people who go, well, as a, this is my opinion on international law. And look them up and they are a professor of English. And speaking as someone who does specialise in bits of international law, I know exactly what they said was complete and utter twaddle. But there's no point getting into it for me. But then you
because
get people... And then people start going, well, academics, they don't know what they're talking about. They have no knowledge. I'm sitting there going, I'm sure they do. Their specialist seems to be Romance literature. So I'm sure when it comes to literature, which is of the romance genre, they are extremely specialist and really know what they're talking about. It's just, in a nicer way, international law is not so simple or straightforward that you can go and read it for about 10 minutes and work out what it's doing. Especially, and I guess that's what they'd say probably about romance literature as well. Yeah. And this is what happens. I have a lot of fun because I spend a lot of time with my colleagues from the education profession, and I get to hear that the moment they learn what I do as my PhD topic, etc., they want to tell me about their view on international relations. And I have long learnt that, frankly, if I want a quiet life as a course director, I just go, really, that's interesting, and move on as quickly as I physically can.
You don't say. How interesting. How fascinating.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear my thoughts about what several football teams should do with in terms of their formations and how they should change their squad lineup and probably their training regimes? Because I've got no flipping clue about that either. But I can pontificate about it, I'm sure, and probably waffle a lot.
This is the thing, is I used to play rugby. I can do rugby quite well. I'm useless at football.
Yes, that's why I specifically chose football, because I'm truly rubbish at it. This was there was a deliberate choice of the sport. This was not done.
Okay, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if all 3 German warships named Scharnhorst, the cruiser, the frigate, and the battleship, appeared today in Wilhelmshaven? There's going to be a great museum. You specialize in iron brew, Captain. No, I don't specialize in iron brew. I live iron brew. There is a difference. Harold Gunschen, what kind of warships will your dogs be? In nicest way, the Corgi is a destroyer. No concept of its size limitations in World War II at all. Ready to engage everything. Doesn't care. Looks pretty. Loves to be called pretty and patted and have its belly rubbed. But in the nicest way, if you threaten it, it has no concept of size. It only has concept of target. And the poodle, probably a cruiser. Looks elegant. Wanders around. Everyone thinks it's pretty. And no one realizes that same energy can be used for jumping up to about 6 foot high, and can be used for doing some very nasty things to you should he wish to. Standard poodles are great because everyone sees them coming and thinks, oh, that's just a show dog, etc. There's a reason they're in the category they are in when it's Crufts, and they are very, very capable.
They're made of poodles are hunting dogs. They should be treated like hunting dogs.
Yeah. Everyone always forgets that with poodles, that they are hunting dogs, but they are very good hunting dogs. They really enjoy it.
I was much more of a fan of grounds myself.
Yeah.
Then again, if the ground's a dog, a ground's an ocean liner. Beautiful, majestic, fast until they break their legs.
Yeah.
I have seen images of greyhounds. I challenge the majestic part.
Okay. Before we get into this very, very dangerous conversation for my good colleague, Brandon Larson, considering how big a weapons our smallest colleague does happen to have in her possession, Brandon Larson. Did you at the panel know that there in Washington you can carry a sword so long as it's in a scabbard sheath at all times? This is the first time I've gotten that message. Is that still allowed in Washington?
Mm-hmm.
I know you can in the House of Commons if you're a member of if you're an MP, you can do that, and that's why you can't step over the red line, because that's to keep you 2 sword lengths apart and stop you fighting each other. But I didn't realise there was a thing in Washington that you can carry a sword so long as it's in its scabbard sheath at all times.
Scabbard sheath is a really weird way of saying it, because scabbard does literally mean sheath.
Yeah. That's in Washington State, not DC.
Oh, well, that's not nearly as entertaining.
Last time I visited Washington State, I was carrying a lot more than a sword. Because I was going out with some cousins, hunting, basically. When I say hunting, basically, I mean hunting. We weren't...
Wabbit thieving.
Let's put it this way: I was over there visiting them, and there was some large pest problems going on, and they might have gone, "So your mum taught you to shoot, and your granddad did?" "Yeah." "So can you handle this?" "Yep." "Good. Let's go for a wander then."
Oh, is this the opposite of what happened to me, which was get handed a rifle, people assume I know what I'm doing, I end up splitting my forehead open on the scope?
How the frick did
Doc,
you
I
do
have been
that?
told to poke you and tell you that we are ready to take more questions.
That'd be good. Let's take some more. We'll go to midnight tonight, but I do have to be on a very early train tomorrow morning, so I won't be going later than midnight.
Because apparently I am the chief Alex poker now.
How did I come to do it? Because I was getting taught or shown what I was doing by somebody who had been in the US Army. What I'd failed to fully clock was he'd been in the armoured cavalry. His idea of shooting was to point at something and go, "Gunner, shoot."
Oh, God.
He commanded Bradleys, fighting vehicles.
Okay. All right. But, yeah. I do remember the first time when I was using a shotgun for clay pigeon shooting. I managed to hurt myself. But I was 7 at the time.
Yeah, that's what everyone said to me, was they were like, "Wow, that's the injury kids get." And I was like, yeah.
And to be fair, that was because I was trying to hold the shotgun like it was a rifle. Because I'd learned how to use rifles and pistols first, and that was not the correct way to hold a shotgun in that scenario. And I do admit that, but I was given it, and they presumed because I did other shooting with my family, and I was with another friend's family, a friend's family, I'd know what I was doing, and basically I just gone, I'm not doing it right. They hadn't really looked at me and gone, "Oh yeah, you're doing it fine," and I managed to hurt myself. But I still managed to. I still managed to hit the target. So
to be honest, if the Donna in question was a Donna Noble Lions, I would believe that Donna Noble could remove that object simply because it displeased somebody she cared about.
Right. Fisher, 1906. If the British put their Far East naval base in Ceylon, would they have been better prepared for the Indian Ocean raid? Yes. They had a base there at Trincomalee, but it wasn't as built up as Singapore. If they'd centered their forces on Ceylon and built it up there, then in a nice way, by the time the Indian Ocean raid came in, the IJM would have found quite a large fleet there. But also, you wouldn't have had some of the problems with the fall of Singapore, because all the command structures, everything for the area would have been centered on that. It's also, if you centered on Ceylon, the odds are you have a Royal Navy officer sitting as High Command of the Far East from quite early on there. I think when I was asked the question, I did was putting command in there. That's where I put them, from memory, wasn't it, in the video?
Quite possibly.
Okay. Can a navy be either too big or too small for Stanflex to make sense on them? Yes. Basically, once you're at the size of the US Navy, Stanflex starts to be potentially less sensible. But there again, the thing is, what becomes the option is, do we put Stanflex on every single ship? A lot of the complaints I've seen about Stanflex, when people have been commenting about it, have been problems of the government not utilising the system fully. One of the really interesting things is if you have more governments buying in and you reduce the cost of the Stanflex system, and therefore the cost of development, and you make it more of a multinational system, it actually makes it more difficult for governments to actually start mucking around with their stuff. If you look at the things which survived in the era where there were big cuts going on in the 1990s, etc., most of those were programs which were multinational programs.
Because they've often got the contract things that mean that it'll cost you as much, if not more, to leave as it does to stay in.
And that's before you get into the diplomatic and political cost of with your allies. Yeah. Because it builds into other relations. One's a domestic calculation, one's an international calculation. So Stanflex as a multinational system is actually kind of interesting. There is an interesting video coming up as a suggested topic, which is combining MECO with Stanflex. Trying to produce a sort of standardized frigate line along with Stanflex. And that is an interesting concept if the Germans with their MECO frigates had got involved. Yeah, the whole Stanflex thing is, very quickly, Stanflex changes the moment you have other nations get involved, and there's a reason I went the British and the Dutch, because of course the British go to the Dutch for the goalkeeper, etc., and other systems, and if the British and Dutch get involved in Stanflex very quickly, that's why I said, it's not the British getting involved that gets everyone else involved. It's once you've got these three nations all looking at, others are going to start getting involved. And if you look at the way the international programs work in the 1980s, that's why you get more involved. And it'd be really interesting if Stanflex became one of the standardizations that comes out of NFR 90. And so you end up Stanflex on all those subsequent ships. And that could be really interesting. But of course, that could mean that the Americans are still not involved in it, because they never get a ship out of NFR 90. They don't get anything out of it. So the Americans would still not be in it. So the Americans would still try to probably reinvent the wheel of Stanflex with the LCS system, which they did historically.
But might they have gone for an LCS with a Stanflex that works?
Well, no, because the Americans tried to create their own equivalent, or their own version of Stanflex in the LCS, and that's what went wrong. In their weapon systems.
But I just wonder if there's a more visible international kind of example. I don't know.
But that comes to the interesting thing, because if the Stanflex becomes the constant comes out of it, and the Franco-Italian Silver system is built into Stanflex, then that means the European Aster missile system probably takes the place of most nations which have adopted the Standard missile. So that then has the effect of, in a nice way, increasing the amount of people buying Aster missile system, which increases the buy-in, which again lowers the cost for everyone else because there's more units being built. More money for research and development. You've got a better system. There's all sorts of things which come out of that, which actually make it better. Also, make it very much likely that there are more buyers of the British radar system, because odds are, if they have to go for Stanflex and if they're going for Silver and Aster, they'll go for the Dutch, especially will go for the British Samson radar system. There's also the impact then on the Australians, because historically they buy the Spanish they buy a variant of the Spanish. The Hobarts are a variant of the Spanish frigates, the Alvaro de Bazan class. And if the Alvaro Barazans come out from FF990 with Stanflex fitted on them and didn't go down the Silver route, then do the Australians go down the Silver route, and the Australians also have Aster missiles instead of Standard. In which case, would they want the radar suite the Franco-Italian Horizon frigates go for, which is a good radar suite, but not the greatest, or would they want the Samson radar system to upgrade it? It's a fun one.
Essentially, there's a reasonable chance it's going to hurt my head.
What?
Trying to work out what the impact would be, because
basically you say you potentially end up with there being a true there'll be an American option systems, and that probably will affect Japan and Korea, and those countries will still be Mark 41 standard missiles. But you could also end up with a scenario where Australia and pretty much most of Europe is using the Aster VLS system, Aster missile system and VLS system, which means that you have a dichotomy going on where basically the European powers are using one missile system and the American Pacific using another missile system, and how's that going to develop? How is that going to be a more truly equivalent system? Are there going to be more of a more industrial capability? Is that also going to lead to a scenario where there's less perception of Europeans piggybacking off their American counterparts? Or is there going to be more of a discussion over which system is superior, and people making spurious comments when realistically they are very similar approaches, but in a slightly different methodology to very similar problems?
Like I said, it's going to make my head hurt.
There's also the pointers which has just been raised by Lions, which if the Europeans are pushing forward this system enough, and the Americans are not getting, American industrial might is not getting a bite of the pie because they're not part of the Stanflex system, does the American industry start pushing to be part of the Stanflex system? In which case, for them to be part of it, the Americans have to build some ships which use Stanflex. Blistine, they bought an off-the-shelf design. They didn't. They bought Aegis Standard because that was the off-the-shelf design they bought, not because they were looking for an off-the-shelf air defense for a ship, which about that cost. Honestly, do not. I know there's a lot of retroactive thing of we bought Aegis but no, trust me, if it was a different system and they would have bought it off the shelf as well. Because the trouble is that was the option. They'd pay more to put the Mark 41 in Hobart. I don't think the Australians would at that time. At the time when they bought the Hobarts, you have to remember again, that was another scenario where the Australian government was buying a capability, so they had the capability, not because they thought they really needed it. Malaga, so answer that one. Timmy, we need a Classroom Alex video. When will we have it? When I've next got a classroom free, and I'm in charge of a classroom. That I actually have. In a nice way. I turn up to lecture theatres, lecture a large number of students, and then disappear. I'm a contract lecturer, visiting lecturer. At them when I'm running schools like I am with the revision centres, my classrooms are all full. They all have students in, and tutors teaching the students. So I don't really get to use a classroom and just go, hello. But maybe this week, maybe there will be a chance, because there is potentially a day where I can set up my phone and I can film it.
Your place is infested with students?
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah, it's even more fun. They're 15 to 18-year-olds, and literally, some of them really don't think they need to wash or use deodorant. One 17-year-old told me he was too young for it to smell, so he didn't need to.
Oh.
Luckily, he is persuaded otherwise. That was a long time ago. That wasn't a recent one. That was a longer time ago. But that was many, many moons ago. I had that as an issue. And I ended up, because it was getting interesting, phoning a parent on that one. And yeah, the mum agreed with me. And very shortly afterwards, he decided to go and use the facilities. Yeah, he was playing football every break time as well with the other kids and running around all the time, and yes. Or they use too much body spray. I am now immune to Lynx. I have gone through so many Lynx clouds in my life, it no longer affects me.
This is your public service announcement that, despite what people may tell you, Axe is not shower in a can.
No, it is not. It is not. Lynx, Axe, none of these things are showers in a can. Have a shower, then apply them, and please just keep applying them. Yeah, Blistine, the trouble was, the Australians can't buy anything from America because nothing American built fits them. They won't buy Japanese at that time, or Korean. So the only option would be buy European, and if the Europeans are all standardizing on the silver system, in a nice way, that's going to be the one which is going to be off-the-shelf costed. So that's what they'd go for. It'll be fun. It would be fun. See, no. Basically, I tried the polite conversation. And then after that, as I point out, in the revision centres I run, there really isn't many options, because we're there for 3 or 6 days, depending on depending on whether they're doing 1 course or 2 course. And so my options are, I talk to you, you listen. If you don't, the next option is call your parents. The option after that is I send you home, no refund. Okay? I don't want to get to that level, because that feels bad, because that means you're missing out on revision. But if you're disrupting at the centre enough to the point of you're affecting other people's ability to revise, I will have no hesitation. You'll be gone. So basically, this one is the gentle, nice warning of me telling you it needs to be sorted. And if that one doesn't work, the next one is I call your parents. And I have been known to ask them, so which parent do you think is going to be best for you in this scenario? And call the other one.
No one ever said you had to fight nice.
No, they said I had to be the person who was responsible for several hundred teenagers. They're cool. They are a lot of fun to hang around with, and I always learn a lot chatting with them. And I hope I teach them a lot. But by golly, do I also have to maintain? Do I also sometimes have to come down of, nope, you don't do that. That's just not an option. Captain, with regards to the homeworld universe talked about earlier, what are your thoughts on the logistics, research and development, manufacturing capabilities, considering they can practically give birth to fleets from materials found wherever as a concept? Useful and probably realistic for deep space exploration. You need to have the ability to process asteroids. Oh, I have explained to the kids. I do sometimes explain to the kids they do not want to get into a psychological war with me. I used to teach psychological warfare. They are not prepared for anything I can dish out. They are not. It is not. It is not even. It is not a fair fight under any circumstance. It is not. I do not fight for that. I fight to win. And I will literally curb stomp them. And I have all the power and all the time. IR8420. What can the French get out of the Washington Naval Treaty if they send their best negotiators, and how does it affect the relations of Britain and Italy? Well, the trouble is, the best they can get out is parity with the Italians, because that's what the Italians literally set out to achieve. And the French get more ships. That's just going to increase everyone else's numbers. But realistically, the French do need more than they got historically. They do need more. So realistically, they need about, I would say realistically, the French need about 8 to 10 ships in their capital ships, because they need enough to be able to hold the Italians down, who are going to be the same as them, whilst also having enough to send out to act as colonial defense forces. And it's a problem for them. They do need to balance their forces. So realistically, if I'd been the French, I would have tried to push for an oceanic system of how many oceans are you bordered with. That affects what kind of force structure you are. The British Empire would go, well, we border the Pacific, the Indian, the Atlantic, and we also have stuff in the Mediterranean. And go, okay, so we're a 4-ocean navy. The Americans
British Empire just wants an option of ticking all.
Yes, the British do have an option, probably will tick all. The Americans will sit there and go, well, we have the Pacific and the Atlantic, and probably try and claim, thanks to the Philippines, some attachment to the Indian Ocean, somehow through the South China Sea, etc. Things probably and probably change the Arctic as well. The French will claim if you try and go that way and say, well, you need your cruiser for your fleet below your structure of your capital ships. Your cruisers need to be decided by how many oceans you have to patrol, or something like that. But the thing is, under the Washington Naval Treaty, there is no limit to cruiser construction, so theoretically they've got that anyway. So realistically, the only thing you can do at the Washington Naval Treaty is affect cruiser carriers and capital ships. And yeah, that anything they do there is just going to benefit Italy as well.
Yeah, because the issue the French have, I understand it, is the French Navy at this point is a joke compared to the other major powers, aside from Italy.
Well, no, I would say the Italian Navy is slightly better than the French at this point. The Italian Navy is not a joke compared to the French. The Italian Navy looks like a serious navy at this point compared to the French.
Hence, it was the French being the joke compared to everyone else.
Yeah.
And even with the best negotiating possible, the other people you're negotiating with know your realities and know that your country's in a ruin. And you're starting from scratch.
Yep.
You don't have any leverage.
Custer, they didn't send their best negotiators. They sent fairly good negotiators. They just were completely outclassed by their Italian counterparts, who were in a far more strong position. Carrot 151, for the NATO navies, which of the last generation of cruiser designs would you have liked to have been taken forward and used as the basis of continued development?
Right, Cruiser 1970.
Hmm?
Right, Cruiser 1970.
If I'm going for NATO navies, and not just going for Britain, I'd probably go the 7 Provincian class cruisers. They were pretty good. But yeah, the British and the French keep up cruiser designs till quite late, but they don't get to build them.
It's just mean.
Okay, Dan?
No. It's just mean. It's like, you let us design these things, but you don't let us build.
I know. Thank you. Thank you. Get a wonder. Thank you. If you made Prime Minister and had absolute majority, how would you go about reforming the military and reforming the economy to support that? Okay. First thing I'm going to do to try and fix the economy is start fixing infrastructure. Start working on the infrastructure and start improving that, tech infrastructure and roads and rails and those things, and try and make them sort of more reliable. But also got to start looking at the funding programs and, to be honest, be potentially a little bit cruel and start going what do we need to be funding and how do we need to be doing it. I do spend a lot of time talking with people like Dan we have on here, and Dr. Dan on have here, and go, so where do you think the money's going wrong in the NHS? Where do you think we're spending the money? Because we're spending a lot, but what are we getting out there in terms of value? And my thing is, I would set what's the criteria I want for each department. So for schools, the criteria department is going to be how well are the kids getting how's their education results. For healthcare, the outcome I'm looking for is how many people are being successfully treated, how many people are being taken care of and are happy about their care. Those are the things that I think we need to really adjust what are the metrics we're looking for. And realistically, I think every department should be held to like 2 different metrics, no more. And one of them has got to be there's got to be a core metric, which is, in case of health, people being treated and being healthy. But also, I would then sort of add, what's the other metric on that scenario would probably be something like, okay, staff retention and satisfaction. Because are the staff staying in their jobs, or are they keep moving on? Are they keep changing around? Is there a lot of upset for the staff? Why are they moving around? What's happening? What's going on? And whilst there is some turnover is healthy, if you've got too much turnover going on, that can actually cause problems. And sort of, I'd also try and grow the reserves, and I'd try and grow things, but I'd have to spend a lot of I have to look at it a lot more properly. than I have looked at bits, but there are large parts of government which I haven't really studied in detail, which I'd want to study more. I do know energy policy would be, for me, with my background, would be, we're going to try and build nuclear power plants a lot more quickly. And we're going to make it so that it is as cheap as possible from a government perspective for you to get solar panels, batteries, your own personal wind turbine, whatever installed on your houses, and the national grid upgraded to deal with that. Because I think that's a sensible route to go from a strategic perspective. I'm one of those weird people who supports things like solar panels and batteries and personal wind turbines and ground source or even air source heat pumps from a perspective of reducing the amount of energy we have to import. I am not sure about nationalizing utilities. I would look into it in some regards, because my natural instinct is to not nationalize them. But my natural instinct is also, if we have got nationalized the expensive bits of the infrastructure, and for some reason we are renting out the bits which make money, I'm going to be slightly annoyed, because there's a lot of parts of the UK infrastructure which have been denationalized in a way that the bits which make money have been given to private companies, and then the bits which cost money, like the railways, in terms of the actual rail track stuff, actually have still technically government ownership, and there are issues with that in my mind. I would possibly make it to the level of that, any company which is involved in these things, they have to open their books up to the Treasury, and half their profits go towards the national, these sort of things. Like if there's a railway company, half their profits have to go towards the railway, towards the railways in terms of the maintenance of the infrastructure. And along lines of, if you're not making a profit, I want to know why you're not making a profit. And if it's fancy tax loopholes, don't worry, the Treasury will soon find that for me. They have a lot of very fun forensic accountants who are very fun people.
It might not be sexy, but I would invest in getting better contract lawyers and forensic accountants.
Oh, yes. Yes. I would make sure that I had a deal with every Magic Circle firm. Every single one would have some government contracts.
Doc, are you trying to poison the well so this way every single Magic Circle law firm is your client and therefore can't be hired against you?
No! I'll just make it certain that if there is a case when they find fighting us, they will find themselves in a scenario where they are defending me. I have to choose between defending me or their company.
That is cruel and unusual. I like it.
Yeah, but also there's the fact that a few years ago I worked out a reform of the British government system, so we ended up with a more sensible parliamentary model, etc., and we had some devolution in England. I was asked to work it out as a part of my master's program, and I just kept on tinkering with it. And basically, the idea was that you use the vote. What happens is that you have a free House legislature where you have the House of Lords is a sort of different system. But what you have for the two houses below, the Commons, and I think I called it Assembly. Basically, first past the post elects the Commons, still, and there'd be about 400 members in there. And then there'd be a 400-person assembly. And basically, what you do is you take the percentage of votes achieved nationally during for the election of Commons, and that would decide the number of seats each party got in the assembly. And the seats in the assembly would go to the people who failed to get elected to the Commons, but got the most votes. So instead of them being appointed by the party, which is my main thing, which I don't like with proportional representation. The party tends to appoint the people, not the public. It would be a case of every vote really does count, because if you vote for someone in your area, even if they don't win, if they get enough votes, they would get into the assembly. So it'd still be the selected. So they'd still be the people selected by the public. And the House of Lords scenario would be filled with would be 25% elected people who are elected who cannot have been a political party member, and they'll have one constituency will cover 4 of the regular constituencies of the MP's constituencies, and the other 75% of the House of Lords will be made up of people who are appointed because they have experience in business, foreign policy, the armed forces, and all these things. So we'll each have, and they'll each be allowed a certain number of people in that. So it will really be a modified. It will be an actual centre of people with experience, but also will have 25% elected, who will be the people who will be panel chairs of the committees, etc. within there. And the Assembly and Commons wouldn't sit together. They'd sit separately. Basically, the thing would be that all financial legislation had to pass through both the Assembly and Commons, and all legal, all laws had to do that. But all foreign policy and some things had to pass the Lords, etc. I've worked it out. It was a fun one. Basically, the House of Lords would still exist in this scenario as a pool of knowledge, which is what it traditionally was supposed to be. And I'd even put in, so I kept some of the hereditary lords because they're useful. Believe it or not, they're useful. They're useful as pools of knowledge and usually quite connected to their areas. And they're often very, very much more bipartisan and more useful and more likely to work together. But that was me playing around a few years ago as a thought exercise, as part of a master's course, and just working out. I do not claim to be a constitutional scholar in any stretch of the imagination, but I was working it out and trying to make it into a system which would work. And I was sort of going, well, one of my problems with proportional representation is that I don't like that they lose the constituency link. In this scenario, you would still have quite a strong constituency link, and you would stop having the scenario where people go, is there no point voting for this party in this constituency because they'll never win? Actually, there is, because that person might end up in the assembly, and if they're really good, that means there's a good reason to vote for them. It stops people doing really thinking about tactical voting. It starts so people really do vote for the person they actually think should be in government. So basically, it keeps the best parts of first past the post, and and gives you the best parts of proportional representation to balance it out.
I liked rank choice.
I don't. It's a nightmare to do. Knight 681, 46. If the Panama Canal and Suez Canal in interwar years are increased to modern perceptions today, how does it benefit the Royal Navy merchant companies? The Royal Navy really doesn't notice it much. It just goes, woohoo! That's fun. Allows faster travel for the Suez Canal. And Panama Canal, the US Navy's going, woohoo! Merchant ships might grow a bit, but probably not that much.
Expand the Kiel Canal. And the Germans will be very happy.
The British will be laying a massive minefield in that canal. Staff Thompson, how quickly would it take a gun crew to fire 86 rounds of 4-inch 50 shells? Wondering because that's the amount of potato sacks I had to deliver on Thursday morning. Let's see, roughly 12 rounds a minute. 86 is 7 minutes and a couple of seconds, maximum.
No, they could get up to 20 rounds a minute.
I was averaging it, and they can do, but they're not going to be able to sustain that. So for the full 20, so I put it down to roughly an average of 12 rounds a minute. But also he said 4-inch 50 cal, so that's the older variant.
I was thinking the 4-inch 45.
Yeah, 4-inch 45 would be they'd be able to sustain probably closer to 16 rounds, which means they get rid of it in 5 minutes and a few couple of seconds.
Does this make you feel slow, Stafford?
Yeah.
But don't forget, there'll be quite a lot of people doing that.
But don't worry, it's a part of getting old.
Joel Fredericks, the reason I kept them separate into different sections, because in nicest way, you don't want a parliament developing where the people are arguing over who has the more important status and seat. You want each branch to have actually of the legislature to have its specialism and work out what it was. And basically, the idea would be government would come from the Commons, so that would be the source of the government, and the Assembly is there as a check of the government on spending and legal matters, so they don't really push through laws which they don't really want to. And the Lords is a check on things like quangos, technicalities, those sort of areas where you need a lot of in-depth specialist knowledge. So basically, you divide off the things. So instead of it basically all going to the Lords, some of it goes to the Assembly. And all three houses will get involved in legislature, but for certain things they have to pass the Commons and Assembly, and other things they have to pass the Commons and the Lords. And it's basically a realization that... But even then, you would be left with 1,200 parliamentarians in total in the UK. 400 in the Lords, 400 in the Assembly, and 400 in the House, in the Commons. And honestly, that would be less than I think we currently have now between the Commons and the House of Lords.
No idea.
Yep. Bran Larson, what if Louis XVI and his family had managed to successfully flee France during the French Revolution? The British king would have some very interesting house guests, because the only place they can go for safety is going to be Britain.
Austria?
They're trounced. In the nicest way, Napoleon treats Austria like it's his backyard.
But Marie Antoinette was actually Austrian.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but I still wouldn't want to go there if I was Louis XVI.
So not only did she not say, let them eat cake.
No, she didn't.
She also would have said it with a German accent. Or wouldn't have done.
Okay, so, my friend, someday I will take you to Austria and I will invite you to tell them that they speak with a German accent. And you know that passport you're considering applying for as your second passport? You might get it removed from you.
Or I might get it inserted somewhere I don't want.
Yeah. Bone Boy, it causes a lot of problems in Wales and Scotland between their constituency and list MSPs and MSCs. There is a huge amount of issues and fights going on. I know people who work in those organizations. They spend the entire... There is so much obsession over hierarchy between the two, it gets absurd. And whether you can sit in that seat or not, and whether you can be chair of that committee or vice chair of that committee if you're that, and it's fun. Daniel Phillips. The Germans believe that Britain will get involved if they got through Belgium in 1914. What naval strategy would they employ to support a French first and Russia first strategy? I've done a video about this, and if the Germans do believe the British will get involved, and so they don't want to go through Belgium, there is the potential of them trying an amphibious assault on France. And Britain sort of would go... That could be interesting.
They will watch with interest.
But how about you hide how the MP got in? Unfortunately, you can't do that in an open election system because that's just going to people are just going to wonder and going to start putting up conspiracy theories. So you have to be open about it. Boy, I'm sorry, you just have to be open about it. It's just have winning party coalition. They try to. That's where half the battles take place, inside the parties. It's a nightmare.
It's much more vicious than it between politicians.
Good God. Yeah, in the nicest way, there is a reason why traditionally the civil service are called the opposition residents, and the opposition are called the opposition in absentia, and the internal politics is called war.
No, it's like a civil war without the civil bit.
Yeah. Gemma, I see what you're talking logically. We're talking politics. The two don't always go together. In fact, rarely do. I can see where you're coming from on a logic perspective.
Logic is lovely, but it has no place in politics.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Okay. If the UK government was willing to order more ships, but not increase the budget for ordering, how many more ships were they able to get while keeping the yards constantly occupied? Could have got a third aircraft carrier. Could have probably paid for 7, 8, and 9 of the Type 45s. And built them in the same time period. Could have probably bought an extra couple of River class. I'm just doing this off mental math, so it is back of the skull calculations. But literally basing them on time to build versus time it probably should take them to build, and the cost they showed with you could have probably got. I think you go back to Type 26, Type 23s, and you can even go to them and go, we could have got a couple more of those. At least, possibly as many 3 or 4 more of those, because they start really doing this in the 1990s, and so yeah, you could have got a few of them.
Just makes me sad.
Boy, the fact you think there's any politician who wouldn't happily bring a government to a standstill to make political points is what worries me in that conversation. Trust me, I've spent my life around enough of them. There are so many of them to score political points would do some really interesting things. It's quite sad. It's the gamification of politics, as I call it. To them it's game, to you it's your life. We get the politicians we deserve, or rather the politicians we encourage to have in government.
You get the government you vote for, and if you don't vote, you voted.
Yeah, Malaga, if you... answer that one. Chandel. What would have happened if Sir Edward Grey had refused to entertain the naval talks demanded by the Russian Foreign Minister in 1914? Probably nothing. It's one of those things of having naval talks without the British there is not going to have any impact on anything. And if Sir Edward Grey refuses to get involved in them, then that suggests the British don't want to get involved in those sorts of discussions. And that's going to have an impact on people in terms of working out what discussions are worthwhile. And there's no point having a naval discussion if you're not having the British involved in 1914. So probably the result of Sir Edward Grey saying he doesn't want to get involved, doesn't even entertain them, is nothing happens. Yeah, Stafford, you're being very good staying out of politics chat today.
having some vague chats with my parents about politics. And bear in mind, we're all Labourites, Labour supporters and things, and we're kind of going on about how it's like, oh God, the Labour Party's so blinking awful things with some of the internal stuff.
You have now you have now spent officially too much time with me. You have reached the point where they are all awful. I don't care who they are.
No, but it was actually talking across several different kind of topic areas, sort of both the NHS strikes and things, and the degree of anti-Semitism amongst some parts, and it's kind of the politics inside the parties are really vile, because that's where you really get the what's the word, kind of people who are very doctrine focused and sort of
ideologically motivated.
That's the word. You get the ideologues, and it's just like, oh God, and they have their arguments because it's not actually going to affect what you have to. It doesn't have to have as much to do with real life.
No, it's purely theoretical. Joe Frederick, what about Swiss style? What about Swiss style direct democracy? I love the Swiss. It works very well for them, but it works very well for them because it's been set up and running that way for a long time. And to be fair, they are in a unique enough position. It works for them. Try doing it on a larger scale and watch the bloodshed.
Aren't the Swiss functionally a monoculture in many ways?
No. There's the Romansh. There's the Romanian section there, about the third largest group. There are the Frankish. There are the German ones, and the Swiss are definitely not a monoculture. The Swiss are, oh good lord, and then there's the whole divide between the Catholic and Protestant Swiss, and
right.
But the good thing about, as one of my friends who is a quite senior Swiss politician has once said, the good thing is, between most of the groups which really hate each other, there's a mountain, so they can't get at each other. Which does make it a little bit easier.
Because, Ronan, you got to remember that Switzerland started as a bunch of towns coming together because they didn't like being told what to do by the Holy Roman Empire.
Yes.
These towns were a bunch of French, Italians, and Germans, and a couple of Austrians.
Basically, they didn't like other people more than they didn't like each other. But that was only always a close-run thing. Listening, no, the Swiss are a multicultural grouping, but share the mountains. They share them. Those mountains also separate them from each other. It helps everyone. It's just beautiful. Yeah. Again, Boneball, I have to do a whole video about it at some point to actually make it make sense and explain the system of government which I was proposing. Because there was a reason why I went with a tri-chamber approach, and basically one Commons provides the government and decides the government, and you elect the Secretaries of State, and the next senior minister come from the House of Commons. The other ministers come from the Assembly and the Lords, and it worked out. It made sense. All the committees were pooled committees from all three legislatures and all houses, and it worked. I made it work. In nicest way, I spent a good couple of months working on it, so it was quite in depth. There's about 5 or 6 Excel spreadsheets, and I want to say a 200-page Word file working it out. I was working in my spare time. I was just doing something fun.
Legislation by referendum is the ideal solution, but it does require your voter base to be educated and engaged in what's going on.
Why would you think it would be the ideal solution? No one has the time. In the nicest way, look, there are some things which you do have to put at a referendum. I really do admit there are some things when they're big constitutional decisions they have to go to a referendum. But most of the time, most public do not have the time or the interest to go and to go and study up to work out which is the best option. Which means they are going to be prone to the information which is available and shoved at them, which is probably going to be pushed by the various actors who want to sway their belief one way or the other. And you see this in constant things. So it's not really, as much as I would love it to be the scenario. I don't think it's ever going to work really.
It requires the voter base to be engaged and informed in what's going on.
And that means,
as a rule,
again,
most voter bases aren't.
Most voter bases have a life. That's what I put out there. They have, let's say you have a couple of kids, you have a mortgage, you have a job, you have some hobbies, you have a spouse. All these need time in your life. You have other wider families who need time. And then you're going, okay, yes, and now I want you to learn everything you can about this incredibly thorny topic, which, by the way, has nothing to do with any of your normal experiences. Completely off them, and I want you to go study it. And by the way, you have to do that in your free time, and you don't get pay. You don't get any pay to cover this sort of thing. It's expecting a lot from a large number of people.
Yeah. So what you're telling me is that we need society run by chronically online people who do have infinite time to learn about obscure topics to argue over.
No, because they do.
No. Listen, I have plenty of chronically online people in my ideological corner, and I have plenty of chronically online people in the opposite corner. I want neither of them to run government.
It's obvious.
To move to Juicy Sushi's question, if Japan does bring Canada into GCAP as a large customer, how likely is it for Germany to switch and make it default to free world? Unlikely, because Germany, if they switch, will want large amounts of industrial involvement in GCAP, which means that will annoy the Italians, the British, and the Japanese, who are all already competing over an industrial focus of GCAP, and are the ones who currently are built in as the big ones, because they've been in there from the beginning. Canada isn't going to come in and want to have industrial input and industrial outputs. Germany comes in, they're going to want to. And that's currently what the argument between the French and Germans is over on their project. It's over who has what industrial output. So, no. It's one of the things of, you bring them in, you're going to have more fights on your hand, and it's going to ruin it. It's probably going to cause another program to fall apart eventually. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if every light cruiser in the Royal Navy in 1939 became a copy of HMS Plymouth from World of Warships? Plymouth is which one from World of Warships?
16-gun town class.
Good luck to the German and the Italian Navy. May Lord have mercy on their souls, because the Royal Navy won't.
Royal Navy suffering hard because that's like crippled their cruiser manpower requirement.
On the other hand, they've just got much better cruisers.
In the nicest way, let's just think about the Battle of the River Plate, where there's instead of 2 Leanders, there's 2 Plymouths.
Oh yeah, I'm just thinking of the sustainment for that plate.
Oh, the thing is,
the advantage they had to the outusers was you could keep them running on a 2-string budget.
Yes and no. Look, there's a lot of people who make a lot of history about the crew numbers at the end of the war and worry about it massively. The Royal Navy doesn't have recruiting issues or numbers at the beginning of the war. It's at the end of the war when they're competing with the Army's needs, especially the Army's losses in Europe and North Africa and in Burma, etc., that they're having trouble, because the debate is over whether you send the manpower, especially the personnel, to the Navy or the Army. In the beginning of the war, if the Navy has this happen in 1939, they can have the crew. They will have the personnel for it. If it happened in 1943, you are perfectly right, Foxo. Then there are going to be issues. In 1939, it's fine.
Okay.
Also, as it happens on the 1st of January 1939, it actually happens before World War II kicks off by a long margin. So the Royal Navy has plenty of time, and Lord help everyone, because I'm presuming Plymouth comes in with a radar and various other things from World Warships. So, yeah.
She has full radar and also post-war, or sort of late war, and aircraft directors.
Oh, Lord, that's really going to be helpful. That's going to turn Norway into a massacre for the German air arm, let alone the Mediterranean.
Is it Neptune or Minor that gets stacked?
Be Neptune. Mino gets the auto 3-inch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it'd be Nep that gets
this is Plymouth,
stacked.
so not quite the same thing.
I think Plymouth did get stacked.
I will take another look in a second. I'm just currently talking two MiG-23s.
Now, Knight 6831, for Dragon of Foxo, are not all the ship girls have got modern ships as Type 2 rigging? How do you think Azur Lane would adapt to its tactics to accommodate mixed non-missile and missile ships?
It wouldn't.
Yeah.
They'll probably just keep doing what they do.
They just keep doing, yeah, I'm sure that's the case.
You keep your missile ships in the back with your carriers, lobbing missiles in, you have the rest of the ships in the front.
Angry Cayman, your description of Stanflex from recent video sounds an awful lot like the original intent of LCS. What keeps the UK adoption of the concept from falling apart from like the LCS modules? Honestly, it's the Danish. The Danish were incredibly strict. And the British... Again, there's a reason it worked. If someone had asked me to say, oh, the British adopted 1990s, it wouldn't have worked. If the British had tried to adopt it in the 1970s, it wouldn't have worked. In the 1980s, after the Falklands War, there is a moment in time when the British are prepared to be incredibly strict and disciplined as well on their procurement, etc. And it's a really interesting period for Britain. It's rather annoying that they weren't building the Type 43, but that had been cancelled by Knott in 1981. Arguably because it was, again, like the Type 82s, it was too focused, it was for some reason too tied to large carrier projects in the mind of the politicians. They were actually separate projects, but they were tied by the politicians in the politicians' minds to large carriers. And that was felt that we didn't have large carriers, so they weren't useful. So realistically, in this period, it would work. The Danish were very keen on it being standardised. The British would accept it would be quite happy to standardised because, in a nice way, it would make their light frigates, etc., perfectly flexible and below. And as said, the moment you also have the Dutch involved, then standardisation really does work. Really, really does work. I think the interesting thing is going to be having the Seawolf involved. Because the Seawolf, I could see you getting a lot more VLS for Seawolf on it than you do with the ESSM. So whilst you'd be carrying a missile which has a shorter range, at that time has a comparable range, but over long term has a shorter range, but later on gets replaced by CAM, which very much has a comparable range, you would also get more of them. And that also, because it has a shorter range at certain points in ESM, actually provides an argument for getting the longer ranged missile system in there. And that's what becomes really interesting. And again, it's one of those things of, if this happens, the differences are going to be interesting to see what happens.
I would also point out that one of the smart things the Danes did was they made everything the same heaviness, whereas the Americans tried to make everything the same lightness.
Yes.
I.e., the Americans were trying to push everything down to below a weight threshold. The Danes kept everything above a weight threshold.
Mm-hmm. Your actual requirement was, if you didn't, basically, you added extra concrete into the Stanflex module to make sure the weight was up to standard. It does work quite well. Stafford Thompson, which Navy had the best cruiser of the 1890s, 1930s, and 1950s? 1930s, I'm going for the town class because I love them. That's it. I'm sorry. There are other options, but that's my favourite. And best cruiser is basically best fit for you as far as I'm concerned. And I think the town class were pretty much the best fit for the Royal Navy. 1890s, I'd say the Italians. Because they have a really good cruiser class. In the 1890s, don't they? I cannot remember their name for the life of me, but they're a really good cruiser. They end up being selling some to the Japanese and some to everyone else. 1950s, what do we all think? What's the best cruiser in the 1950s?
Oh.
Des Moines? Just because it's twice the size of most of them.
Yeah, Des Moines.
Yeah, I know it's going to be technically cheating, but USS Albany and her rebuilds.
The only other option, really, I suppose, is the Sviladovs. They're pretty good for their period, but they have their issues. Joel Fredericks, the Arinda campaign doesn't happen. How does it affect the Vong invasion?
The what? No, what now?
The Arinda campaign doesn't happen. How does it affect the Vong invasion? From Joel Fredericks.
Arinda.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember which one that is, to be honest. Wait a sec. What's that? The Orinda. Not much.
And this is why I have Dragon here, because I remembered it happened. I didn't remember much information about it, so I went, I'm going to pass over the Dragon.
Look up myself, so, but to remember.
Steve, I'm pretty certain I mentioned that we were down to 4 questions.
Basically,
That's
a push to try and stop the New Republic.
I have to be on a train at 6 a.m., so I'm going to finish this at midnight because I need to be packed. And I'm sorry, you can't see it, but my bag is currently sitting there half packed because I literally got back late Friday night. And I'm leaving early tomorrow morning. I'm not. There's almost part of me which is not sure why I bothered to return home. I honestly do wonder if I should have just booked a hotel in London for the few days in between. And just got my stuff washed up there, but I didn't. I've come home.
See the dogs?
Pretty much. It's
Yeah,
dogs and family, and it's a chance to come home and chat with you all and do Bruships and all these things. But it is a case of I now have to go up by train up to London early tomorrow morning on Easter Monday, and that's going to be fun. I'm hoping most of the people coming from Cornwall aren't going to be returning home till later on Monday, because I was in the train coming down from London, the 10 a.m. train from London Paddington, and it was standing room only. They closed down first class because the train was so full. It was so packed with people. But no. So, if the Arinda campaign doesn't happen, basically nothing happens.
Because the losses are minimal on both sides. Like, the New Republic lose a few ships, like the Endurance, but...
Do they gain any combat experience, any utility from their forces in terms of experience and capabilities?
Only their elites do. Like Rogue Squadron and, the people that have been fighting the war the longest gain it.
Is that useful? Not really. Not when you consider the scale of the Yuzhan Vong invasion. This is one of the troubles. The amount... the great joke I had is, and I've actually had this confirmed. This was the thing when Tony Blair became Prime Minister. When he was told the true size of the SAS in terms of numbers, he was shocked. He thought it was about 10,000 personnel.
Hmm?
He believed the SAS was 10,000 strong. It's less than a couple of hundred. I think fairly certain in saying that as a sort of a figure that's sort of published around. We don't go in, there isn't too much details, but the last figure I seem to remember being discussed in Parliament was it was less than 200. And that makes sense because it's an elite force. It's a highly specialized elite force, and there's a very, very tough selection, etc., and things to go into it. But the trouble is, if you consider consider quite a lot of the focus which has been put on saving money when it comes to armed forces for recent years, everything's been put on special forces, special forces, special forces, and they're a very small, relatively cheap organization compared to a large massed formation. But when your certain wars turn up, you need the large mass formation, and that's the trouble. The Orinda campaign doesn't really involve enough to actually mobilize and train the large mass formation for the Uzun Vong. And even if it did, would it really prepare them for... It would prepare them in terms of they've been in combat, they've been shot at, they've got over that first initial shock, but it's also a very different kind of war with their threat.
It helped with them testing out a couple of new ship classes, which is part of the new modernization program, but
yeah,
it even also stated one of the main problems was basically politics.
No, he didn't, Lustine. He didn't. He honestly... This is, again, one of the problems. People hear the regiment used as the phrase for the SAS, and, again, it's appropriate, because that's some of the structure they work out, and their seniority in their officers and the way they work, and in seniority in NCOs especially. But they are not a regiment in terms of their numerical strength.
Only 600 of them.
No, there's not. Once you add in their support staff and various other things, you might be getting up to 600. But, no. YouTube Minecraft, I just realised the Bruships number is the periodic table number for uranium. Anyway, with that being said, thank you very much everyone for being here. Sorry we were slightly late beginning. We're normally about 4.5 hours at this point. We're going to be about 4 hours and 20 minutes by the time we start. But as I said, I was trying to delete the stupid Discord thing, which kept popping up again for me. Thank you to the panel for being here. Sorry we haven't done more questions, but as I said, I have to be off at 6 a.m. There will be no Bruships next week. There will be a recorded premiere instead, which I will record while I'm travelling. But everything will be back to normal the week after. So I will be back and everything will be normal and all the things. So the Tuesday video should be loaded up. I think I will probably also record the Friday video while I'm travelling. The Friday video is supposed to be about the Seahawk helicopter. So far, it's got terrible sound. Because something, I'm not going to point fingers. I'm not going to point fingers. Apparently there was an update while I was away, and that reset all the settings because it's got digital knobs, not proper knobs. As I keep complaining about, it's a very good microphone. However, I hate digital knobs. I would like something which is actually there is a fixed point I turn the knob to and it stays there. Not, oh, the knobs reset itself. Again.
Sounds like a very knobby problem.
It is.
I want to make jokes about that. Please stop saying things like that. It is painful not being able to make dad jokes.
That's the reason I do this. Don't worry.
Dan, when have I ever stopped you from making a truly horrendous pun?
No,
Oh, no.
it's...
Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. See you soon. I'll get the Patreon vote uploaded and sorted out. Sorry it went live without multiple choice activated. I don't know why I did decide that. And yeah, that'll be done before I Finished packing this evening, and as I said, I'm on the train at 6 a.m, so take care, everyone. Have fun. And enjoy. And thank you to Foxo, thank you to Dragon, thank you to Dan, thank you to Runon, thank you to Steve and Stafford and Leslie who've been in the chat and modding away. All the mods who've been modding away. There's been a fair number of them. Thank you. And of course, Jonathan Moon and all the others. And again, if you haven't started playing Pirates of the Burning Sea yet, why not? Jonathan Moon needs more personnel in the Iron Brew, in the Iron Brewing squadrons. We need them. We need them. Thank you all.
I'm currently busy playing Rule the Waves 3.
Thanks for the memories.
So you're playing Microsoft Excel?
Yes.
Yes.
No, that's EVE Online.
No, Eve actually has more stuff to do than.
EVE requires the graphics driver. Rule the Waves 3 doesn't.
Let's be honest. No. Rule the Waves is Excel. EVE is Access. That's it. One is merely a spreadsheet. One is a whole database software. Take care, everyone, and thank you for being here. Bye. Bye. Yeah. How? How are they able to support that food-wise? But okay. I think what you really need to do is deploy your breeding Scots around the world. Conquer the world by breeding. Start deporting the Irish and then